presented by Baylor Scott and White Rolling Bone and Joint Institute.
It'll be first and 17 for the Wildcats. Three receivers to the near side, one on the far side. Pump fake. He's wide open down the sidelines. Caught. 10, 5, touchdown Wildcats. Luke Allen on the catch.
Wildcat football is also brought to you in part by Ashford Homes.
How you doing?
By Bradley Shepherd. Automatic Chef Can. Clem McKesson Barber. Dana Helsh Farmers. Dynasty Chinese Restaurant. First United Bank Trust. Kim Pond. Johnny's Cleaner. Johnson Brothers Ford. Costa Rica Jeweler. Locker Room Haircut. Marco's Pizza.
Split receiver to the near side. Pilot. In shot. He'll take it, and he'll give the handoff to Howard. Reaches. Touchdown Wildcats.
Temple football is also brought to you by for Bill's Insurance.
Dalton takes the snap and give it off to him again. Working right side. Lowers his shoulder. Fumbles the football, and I believe the Cats are on top of it. And they do. Cats get the break and get the football back from the Mustangs.
Go. Wings and things.
One back in the backfield. He'll put a man in motion. Howard will take it, roll to the far side of the field, has some room. Touchdown, Wildcat! Damari Howard from 3 yards out, and the Cats in the lead. Two receivers to the near side, two to the far side. Wind really picking up now here at Magnolia. Snap back to Harris Indy, looking back side of the end zone for Pilot. Did he get his feet down?
You know how I do.
Touchdown, Wildcats!
Tonight, Temple looks to move to 3-0 on the season in their home opener against Arlington.
Tell him, all right.
The Jim Pond Temple pregame show is next. This is Wildcat football.
When an injury keeps you from being active, you want one place that has all your orthopedic needs. As the largest not-for-profit healthcare system, Baylor
Thank you,
Scott and
Stephen.
White
Great
Health
job,
is
man.
ready to care for you as a whole person. From athletic
That's on
injuries
defense,
to
right?
arthritis, you'll get personalized.
And the voice of the Wildcats, Ward Whites.
And good evening. Welcome to Wildcat Stadium. It is the Temple Wildcats and the Martin Warriors home opener for your Temple Wildcats here on a Friday night, a beautiful Friday night for football. Hello, everybody. Ward White's your boy Q, Art Coley, and Alan Rourke along with you for the Jim Pond pregame show. And this Wildcat football team now finds themselves playing pretty well on defense. We talked about it at the end of last week's game, Art, about how this team was able to get a shutout back-to-back against two very different football teams. You got the power of the Longview Lobos, and then last week against the Mustangs, a little bit of over the top sometimes and tried to get the ball on the outside on the edges, and they were able to shut them out in the second half. Those adjustments the coaching staff and the players are making at halftime have been really beneficial for this Wildcat team so far in the first two ball games.
What a neat season. I mean, here we are, week 3. When's the last time you had to wait till October 9th to get a Cats home game, right? I mean, this is, a month delay to the start of the season. The Wildcats have been, 10-plus hours in round-trip bus trips back up to Cowboy Stadium and down to Magnolia. And so here the Cats finally get a home game. It's been well over 10 months. A brutal non-district schedule. I mean, This is a tough schedule, and it doesn't get any lighter tonight with Arlington Martin, who comes in tonight with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder after that first loss up at Cowboy Stadium. They were the first game of that doubleheader of where we played it later on at 8 o'clock that night. So just looking forward to an incredible night here to finish up this non-district season and get this Wildcat home opener under their belt.
Stu, you're down on the sidelines and we'll be all evening long, but it's a beautiful night. We're in the first week of October, really, for football, and I don't think you could ask for a better night than tonight with the sun just about to set on the other side and really mild temperatures. That's got to make it kind of unusual for game number 3. We're usually seeing a lot of cramps on the sidelines. You talk about it in the first 3 ball games. Guys are still trying to get used to just going through the activities and their body cramps up on them. We haven't seen as many, maybe because the later temperatures right now?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, that has something to do with it. That's a good point that I hadn't really thought of. But you're right. It's a beautiful day out here. So far through 2 games, we've seen the Temple Wildcats, in my opinion, look like they've been very well conditioned. You know, if you remember the first game at our AT&T Stadium, Longview, in the second half, a lot of them were cramping up. I haven't really seen that too much with Temple. So I think that they did a good job of conditioning themselves and preparing themselves for this season, and it's paid off in the first 2 games. And so I'm looking at the stands. I did a little fist pumps and everything on my way down here. There's a lot of Wildcat fans here, even though it's not as much as normal. But still, this is a fun little environment, man. And Art said it. It's been so long since we've been out here. I feel like a stranger out here again. This is fun, man. I'm ready.
This is the Jim Pond pregame show. We'll take our first time out. When we come back, we'll hear from head coach Scott Stewart as Wildcat football continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas.
The locker room haircut, the Temple coach's interview with Temple head football coach Scott Stewart. My man Ward Whites has made his way over to coach. Take it away, Ward.
Thanks, Q. I'm with Coach Stewart just for game time. And, Coach, what a beautiful night for football here at Wildcat Stadium.
Oh, it's pretty, isn't it? And it's nice to see the Jumbotron lit up and being able to play at home.
Nice little addition to Wildcat Field with the Jumbotron and the T on the other end, kind of dressing the place up, Coach.
I'm going to tell you what, the administration, they get it. They get what this town's about. And I'm just so thankful for the support and, putting some of the bells and whistles that some of the bigger programs have. And it's awesome.
Coach, you get Arlington Martin tonight, game number 3, and this is a program with a little bit of history themselves. Coach Wagner does a good job over there of making sure that they're ready to play every time they take the field.
Well, they're impressive, and you can talk to him about 5 minutes and see why. I think attitude is a reflection of leadership and watching them play. I think the biggest compliment you could ever give somebody is that their kids play their tails off, and their kids play their tails off. So I got the utmost respect for him, his staff, and that whole community.
Coach, what do you have to do offensively tonight to get off to a good start?
You got to get in a rhythm. You get behind the chains against these guys, and it's going to be hard rock mining. So you got to try to get in a rhythm. You got to try to see what looks they're going to give you and how they're going to tweak and all that kind of good stuff, and just take what they give you and be patient.
Defensively, you've made great adjustments in the second half, but what would it take tonight, or how much would it go tonight to be able to get a quick start defensively, kind of set the tone with that defense and put them behind the chains?
It'd be awesome. You got to have great eyes and great technique because they run every formation on the man and shift, and it's a magic show back there. So, focus on technique, focus on your assignment, focus on your job, and see if that's just pre-snap. I mean, then you got to try to stop these monsters. So, it's going to be a tough task, but that's why we play people like this. I mean, I want to play the best people out there so we can see if nothing else, it's going to be a tool where we are and what we need to work on.
Special teams prevent the big play. Is that the key tonight?
Prevent the big play and prevent the momentum shift. If you have it, don't lose it. And that's always going to be key with special teams, especially with a group that does it as good as they do.
Coach, win flip tonight. Know what you're going to do yet?
I know exactly what I want to do.
Back to you, Q.
I know exactly what he's going to do, too. He's going to kick the ball. He's going to defer. That's what he does. That was the locker room haircut. Temple Coach pregame interview with Temple head football coach Scott Stewart. More of the Jim Pond pregame show is coming up next here on AM 1330 and 93.9 FM, Fox Sports Central Texas.
Johnny's Cleaners has been a Temple family-owned.
Well, that could be. It wouldn't let me sign in.
Get ready for those football season road trips. Scheduling a visit to McGuire Tires. Whether you need an oil change, repair, wheel alignment, battery, lift kit, truck accessories, or tires from Michelin, BF Goodrich, Uniroyal, Stone, Continental, and Goodyear, McGuire Tires is your one-stop shop for complete auto repair. Their work is done right time, done professionally, and done affordably. McGuire first in full on Lake Road in Belton at McGuire.com.
Ingredients.
To white
With a
cheesy.
variety of salads. Gem Pond at 1305 West Adams in Temple has everything from supplies, a great selection of gold jewelry, music instruments, electronics, and a wide range of tools. At Gem Pond, you can pawn or buy anything of value. Gem Pond can also do FFL transfers. There is check cashing, and Gem Pay does notary as well. They're open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6. Locally owned and operated. That's why you get the best deals from Gem Pond on West Adams, across from TV in Temple. Stop by and see them. Se habla español.
And welcome back to the Jim Pond pregame show. Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas, presented by Baylor Scott & White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute, Ward White's Art Coley, Alan Roark, and your boy Q along with you here at Wildcat Stadium. Temple Wildcats getting ready to take on Arlington Martin. Arlington Martin coming in on the season at 1-1. Denton Ryan week before last at Cowboy Stadium, the game before us, and then last week they had a makeup game with College Park, both of those teams, Arlington Martin and College Park, lost their game due to COVID-19 protocols, and they were able to pick up a game with each other and met halfway in between. I believe at Grossbeck. Is that not correct,
that's
Coach?
right. They were Grossbeck. It was no band, no cheerleaders, nothing. It was almost like a scrimmage.
Just get out and play.
That's it. They didn't even go into the locker rooms. Coach said that Coach Wagger for Arlington Martin said it felt like Little League football. They just gathered up on the sidelines between quarters and a half.
Sometimes those are the best ones.
Yes.
So they get the win last week against College Park. Time now on the Jim Pond pregame show to take a look at 12-6A and what's happening in that. Brought to you by Wings Pizza and Things, and with the look around the district, here's Art Coley.
You bet, Ward. Well, last night Ellison kicked it off against Hurst LD Bell. Ellison put it on them 40-22 and got their first win of the season. Belton is gone out to West Texas to play Midland Lee. Belton's still looking. They had that nail biter last week, looking for their first win against Midland Lee tonight. Cove is at Granbury. Cove still looking for their first win. Shoemaker is at Kerrville Tivy. Harker Heights is playing Bernie, hosting Bernie, Champion. And then the Killeen Waco game was canceled. That Killeen Waco game was canceled, Ward. So that's your look at games going on around. Of course, everything's still non-district. District 12-6A opens up next week.
Should be a lot of fun. There you go. Look around 12-6A, brought to you by Wings Pizza and Things. And don't forget Wednesday night at 7:30, head coach Scott Stewart live at Wings Pizza and Things right here on Fox Sports Central Texas, as we have the Wildcat Coaches Show for you every Wednesday night, 7:30 at Wings Pizza and Things. And Coach Alan Roark was there with us this past week. Certainly enjoyed seeing him, and it's pretty good food there, huh?
Man, I just that Texas chicken cheesesteak is to die for, and the cheesy bacon tot. I mean, I could go on and on.
Coach tried to steal that from you during the broadcast.
Yeah, he sure did.
Q on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear as always. And Q, as we get a little bit closer, some of the band moving down to the end zone. That's a little bit different look, but I like it this year.
Yeah, I like it too. I mean, there's a lot of pageantry going on right now, and the reason why is because, it's a different atmosphere. It's different than what we're used to seeing here at Wildcat Stadium. Usually it's a whole packed house, but they're going to do their best to bring the heat and bring the energy, and new scoreboard, new tee at the other end. Why not have a little new, style to yourself when you come out here? So this is the home opener, man. This is fun.
This is the Jim Pond pregame show. We'll take another timeout. When we come back, we'll have your starting lineup as Wildcat football continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Get ready for those
on, sell, or buy any value. Gempon can also do FFL transfers. There is check cashing, and GemPay does notary as well. They're open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6. Locally owned and operated. That's why you get the best deals from Gempon on West Adams, across from TV and Temple. Stop, see them. Se habla español.
Welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas, presented by Baylor Scott and White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute. Ford White's Art Coley, your boy Q, and Alan Roark along with you for the Jim Pine pregame show. Time now for your starting lineup, brought to you by Ashford Homes, represented by Bradley Shepard. With that Wildcat defense, here's Art Coley.
Bet, Ward. Coming across that front line, number 13, junior, Eric Shorter at defensive end. At defensive tackle, number 95, he's a senior, Javen Taylor. That other tackle is number 44, he's a senior, Cody Little. At the other defensive end, number 90, junior, Tomas Torres. In the secondary, at left cornerback, number 4, senior, Keon Williams. At right cornerback, number 17, senior, Carlton Mack. Our two safeties for the night, number 15, junior, Jaden Jackson. And number 2, junior, Otarian Peoples. At the 3 linebackers for the Wildcats, number 9, junior, Phelan Lee. Number 11, junior, Marshall Grays. And the leading tackler for the team, number 5, he's a sophomore, Torian York. Ward, that's your Temple defense.
All right, taking a look at the Temple offense, and it's brought to you once again by Ashford Homes. Up front, left tackle, junior, number 53, Colby Rice. The left guard, senior, number 64, Kai Lim. At center, senior, number 57, Matthew Fry. Right guard, senior, number 66, Alan Camacho. And at right tackle, senior, number 58, Alex Rodriguez. The wideouts for the Wildcat, number 3, senior, A.J. McDuffie. Number 12, senior, Luke Allen. At a slot receiver, number 18, senior, Tredarius Taylor. The tight end, number 30, Keandre Smith. At running back, junior, number 8, Samari Howard. And the quarterback, senior, Humberto
Arizmendi.
I got the Arizmendi part.
Humberto,
am I right?
Yes, that's it. You got it.
See, I think I'm wrong every time I say it. Humberto Arizmendi. There you go.
Hey, with his kind of stats he's putting up, he's quickly becoming the big H.
He is. The big H. That might be even better. He is 53, 416 yards, and 6 touchdowns on only 1 interception for the quarterback, number 10. There's your starting lineups, brought to you by Ashford Homes, represented by Bradley Shepard. And this is Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Q, getting closer and closer to kickoff, and there's a pretty good little crowd starting to filter into Wildcat Stadium tonight.
Yeah, there is. There's been a nice little crowd since, really since I got down here. The band came in, and then a lot of fans started to filter in, and I like how they've, distanced themselves, obviously, because of the circumstances and the times, but this is a big stadium, and they have plenty of room to fill, and that's what they're doing. And, I think we're going to hear a pretty loud crowd tonight as the Wildcats go out there and take the field.
Time now for your keys to the game, brought to you by Johnson Brothers Ford. Art and Q's keys for a Wildcat victory. Q, we'll start with you tonight as the Temple Wildcats get ready to come out of the tunnel. What do you think they have to do to win this ball game?
Well, defense is always the most important factor as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the Temple Wildcats. I like Coach Stewart to win the toss and put the defense on the field first. But as important as defense, I think they need to establish the run game. I think they need to get back to basic Temple football, run the ball, and play that strong defense. I know Coach Stewart wants to run Samari Howard, so I think that it would be a good game tonight to see if he can make that happen, and that'd be a real good way to get a victory here at Temple.
All right, Art, your key for the Wildcats.
Offensively, Arizmendi, or Big H, as we've determined he is, at quarterback. He's got to be on the money tonight, and he's had a great first 2 weeks of the season. New starting quarterback for the Wildcats in that spot. He stepped up to the occasion. But tonight, Ward, I think he may even have to be in another gear against Arlington Martin. And the offensive line continue to give him that protection that he's been getting through the first 2 weeks. Defensively, the Wildcats are going to have to adjust, make the adjustments to Arlington Martin, who will throw every formation in the book at you. They do. That's the way they do it. And so the Wildcats are going to have to do a good job of adjusting that. And that third key, Ward, I think this game's going to come down to 2 or 3 key plays, and it's the decision the Cats make on those plays and how they execute it that could be the difference in this game. But I'll tell you, Ward, I've been calling these games for 5 years. This is the best season on special teams that I've seen for the Wildcats, and that can change your decision in situations when you know you've got a guy like Wagaman that can kick. You may not go for it. You may take that field goal because of the money he is with his leg.
There you go. Arts Keys and Q's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Johnson Brothers Ford. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll have the coin flip and get your game time weather conditions. That all continues as Wildcat football continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas.
HD FM HD3 Waco.
And welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas, presented by Baylor Scott and Wright, Roney Bone and Joint Institute. Ford White's Art Coley, your boy Q, and Alan Roark along with you here at Wildcat Stadium. Home opener for the Wildcats, who are 2-0 on the 2020 season. Time now for your game time weather conditions, brought to you by Performance Food Services. With those conditions, here's Coach Roark.
Ward, we got clear skies. It's 83 degrees at kickoff. It feels like 87. Slight breeze, 7 miles per hour out of the north. Couldn't have an impact.
All right, let's check in with Q for the coin flip. All right, Q, give us the result, if you would, please.
Well, the results were the coin hit a player. But Arlington Martin, they won, and they're going to defer. So they're going to.
All right, there you go. Coin flip brought to you by the folks over at Clem McKeska's Barbecue. Getting ready for the Sports World kickoff. Time now to take a look at the colors tonight. Brought to you by MalloryPrint.com. And for the Arlington Martin Warriors, it's a dark gray pant, solid gray pant, white jersey, black numerals front and back, the silver helmet with the black M Martin logo on both sides of the helmet. For the Temple Wildcats, it's the home blues tonight. White numerals on the front and back. Of course, the blue helmet with the white logo on both sides, the white T outlined in red, white face mask, and the iconic blue front, white back pant for the Temple Wildcats as the opening kickoff brought to you by Sports World. They have all your Temple Wildcat gear you need. And doing the honors for the Warriors will be Calm Davidson, and back deep is going to be Samari Howard, and on the far side, Q, a little help.
18.
Thank you very much. On the far side is going to be Taylor. We're about to get the home opener for the Wildcats underway, and it is a high, deep kick that's going to push Taylor back to the 10, out to the 15, to the 20, and pushed out at the 21-yard line. 11 yards on the return, and that's where the Wildcats will set up shop, 1st and 10 on their first possession of the night, going left to right.
Well, this Temple offense has been just so efficient through these first 2 weeks. Very few mistakes, getting in, even under the leadership of Arizmendi. Tonight, this Arlington Martin defense, by far, is going to be the toughest defense they faced. I mean, these guys have 4 Division I commits on the other side of the ball, and they are stout. So this is going to be a nice test for this Wildcat offense.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats, and Martin in a 3-4 defense. Shotgun formation for Arizmendi, and he'll take a quick snap, pump fake, and now step up into the pocket. He'll tuck it and run. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it before he'll be brought down by Trevino. And it'll be 2nd down and 10 coming up for the Wildcats, and they'll line right up on the line of scrimmage.
Well, one of the things that coming into the season we had a question about the offensive line. They've done a fantastic job the first 2 weeks, even a bigger test tonight.
And a handoff to Howard right up the middle, weaves his way, spins out of a tackle, and drags the linebacker out to the 30-yard line. On the stop that time, Ernest Cooper, the junior, and he'll pick up about 7 on the carry. He'll mark it just shy of the 30-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3 coming up for the Wildcats. Going left to right, just underway here at Wildcat Stadium. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. There's Mende in shotgun formation, and Howard next to him. He'll stand on his right. Cats go left to right. First possession of the ball game just underway. Fake the handoff, stepping up in the pocket. Now he'll throw it, and it's short, intended for A.J. McDuffie, and it'll bring up 4th down and 3 for the Wildcats, and they'll have to punt this ball away on their first possession here in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter.
Just a missed pass right there from Ares Mendez. I think they should have continued to run the ball. I think they're doing okay with 1 carry, 7 yards. Go ahead and continue to test that offensive line and test that run defense for Martin. So they'll have to punt the ball and see what their defense can get it back for them.
You on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear, and they have a short huddle and then send everybody out with those wide splits for the Wildcats. Aaron Wagaman back deep to send this ball away. He'll stand at about the 15-yard line. High snap, it goes over his head and bounds into the end zone, and Arlington Martin reaching, and the ball still bouncing around. I think they're on top of it. I'm not sure. Wagaman had a shot at it, but it is recovered in the end zone for a touchdown by the Arlington Martin Warriors, and just like that, they're up 6-0 with the PAT up and coming.
Well, this is I'm feeling like a little deja vu. I was watching my Houston Cougars last night against Tulane, and it was 14-0 before Tulane's offense even ran a play here with this defensive score by Arlington Martin. But just a bad snap over Wagaman's head. That's all it was. Got a little excited on that. Wagaman's not that tall.
Davidson comes in to attempt the extra point for the Martin Warriors. On the hold will be Covino. And now he'll go into a direct snap and go for the 2-point conversion. Has the tight end leaking out, and that is Ernest Cooper for the 2-point conversion. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium with 10:46 to go in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. Arlington Martin 8, Temple nothing. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Brand name furniture, appliances, electronics, and bedding at the lowest prices anywhere? Check out Temple Furniture, where they offer no credit check, no deposit, no big down payments, free delivery, and 4, 6, 12, and 18-month rent-to-own payment plans. And you'll receive same-day delivery in most cases. Do yourself a favor. Make your next furniture purchase at Temple Furniture, 711 South 1st Street in Temple, where they say, go Wildcats.
Blue 42! Blue 42! Hut!
And welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Ward White's Art Coley, your boy Q, Alan Roark along with you as the Warriors take an 8-0 lead over the Wildcats with 10:46 to go here in the first on a botched snap on the punt. And on the return now is Samari Howard, and he is lit up at the 19-yard line, 8 yards on the return, and coming through is Jacob Haynes, making the sure tackle, and that's where the Wildcats will start, 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line.
Well, I started out in the keys of the game talking about the special teams and bragging on them, and I guess I shouldn't have done that because the first special teams play was a bad snap and a touchdown for Arlington Martin. But let's see if the Cats here can reset, collect themselves, and get something going on offense.
Here come the Cats on their second possession, trailing 8-0 in the blue, trimmed in white. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Snap back. And Howard gets the handoff working on the right side, lowers his shoulder, and he is hit first again by Ernest Cooper. The junior end has been busy so far. A 3-yard gain. It'll bring up 2nd down and 7 for the Cats. Ball sits on the right hash. They travel left to right.
Well, the listeners will probably hear Cooper a lot. He's that 6'4", 235-pound defensive end that can go anywhere in the country he wants.
Snap back, and this time he rides Howard for just a minute and then takes it himself. Arizmendi gets stood up at the 25-yard line. Only a couple on the gain. It'll be 3rd down and 5 now coming up for the Wildcats.
Arizmendi running the option there. If we go back to those first 2 weeks, it's rare that he keeps the ball. He's usually letting that ball go to Howard. That assignment that his read was to keep it, and got a little gain there.
Little tempo here. 2 receivers to the near, 1 to the far side. Arizmendi in shotgun, who call for the snap. Back, throws the slant route, and in there to Luke Allen, and he'll pick up 7 yards on the pitch and catch. Just a little turn in there, Q, and it's a Las Vegas Jewelers first down.
Yeah, and that was one that Allen got hit actually before the ball got there, but he still did a good job of controlling the ball, bringing it in and securing the reception.
1st and 10 for the Cats now from the left hash. Handoff, Howard right up the middle, lowers his shoulder, gets outside the 40 to the 41. There's a pickup of 8 on the carry, and that will be 2nd down and 2 coming up for the Wildcats.
Well, Samari Howard's a junior, but last year he rushed for over 1,000 yards and scored 20 touchdowns. So, Q, I agree with you. Let's Wildcats keep that running going.
Hand it off to Howard again, right up the middle, breaks the tackle and gets into the 2nd level. He'll be knocked down at the 48-yard line, but not before he picks up 5 more, and there's a Las Vegas Jewelers first down for the Cats, and they line up right back on the line of scrimmage.
Arlington Martin has definitely got some intensity. I'm seeing some pops on the field as far as those tackles
They're hitters
go.
for sure.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Left pass for the Cat, and he'll fake the handoff to Howard. Now looking and stepping up in the pocket. He has some room. Arizmendi across midfield to the 45, and he is tackled at the 45-yard line. Coming across was Blackwell that time, and he'll make the stop, but not before Arizmendi picks up another 9 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 1 coming up for the Cats.
Tell you what, every time that they make a tackle, Arlington Martin that is, they try to clean your clock. Boy, they're hitting out here.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side on 2nd down and 1 for the Cats. Arizmendi takes the snap, hand to Howard, right up the middle again, and he'll be hit at the line of scrimmage. He'll lean forward. I think he may have it on forward progress. That'll depend on the spot. Coming in and making the tackle that time, senior linebacker Demario Shorten. And it'll be enough for the Las Vegas Jewelers first down, so the Cats are moving the chains here on their 2nd possession.
I love how Alex Rodriguez, offensive lineman, senior right tackle, was really getting into tackling, or not tackling him, but blocking him all the way to the end of that play.
2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Arizmendi looking down the far side, has a receiver clearing at the 10-yard line, and can't come down with it on the far side. Good coverage by the Warriors. Might have been there just a little bit early, but the official didn't see it. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Trying to hit Luke Allen right there on the hash mark.
It's a good throw. Luke had the defender by about a step. I thought I saw a little push by that defender just a hair before the ball got there, making it hard for Luke to make that catch.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, 1 back in the backfield with Arizmendi. He'll call for the snap. This time he hands it off to Howard, weaves his way, gets to the 40 before he is knocked off his feet. Coming in there first and making the tackle is Johnson, the junior linebacker. It'll be enough for about a 3-yard gain. 3rd down and 7 coming up for the Cats now.
Ward, this Arlington Martin team, got embarrassed by Denton Ryan week 1, 47-24. They came back last week and won 37-0.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Showing blitz are the Warriors, and here they come. 3-step drop, looking downfield. Has Allen caught inside the 30 to the 28-yard line. A gain of 11 that time, and it'll be enough for the Las Vegas Jewelers first down for the Cats.
Luke Allen continuing his making his presence known as a wide receiver, the senior wide out there, comes in with over 100 yards catching.
1st and 10 for the Cats. Hand off to Howard on the right side. He has a little bit of a push, and he'll get to the 25, and that's about it. A gain of about 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Cats now.
Love this approach. Continue to pound the run, pound the rock with Howard, and then that opens up the passing lanes for Arizmendi. I like how they're attacking this game.
2nd down and 7 coming up for the Cats. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. They go left to right. 2nd possession of the ball game, trailing 8-0. Takes the handoff, and now he's going to step up in the pocket. He's in all kinds of trouble. Somebody went the wrong way that time, and the Martin Warriors made him pay for it. Blackwell there first for him, and Cooper comes in and helps in on the tackle. They'll lose 4. It'll be 3rd down and 11 now coming up for the Cats.
Yeah, Blackwell, 6'2", 205. He's a Texas commit. This Martin defense is just loaded. But kudos to the Cats. After that bad snap and touchdown, they've really shown some poise and composure here on this drive.
Two receivers near side, one to the far side. On third down and 11, step back to Arizmende, looking right side, has a receiver, cutting in, and that's A.J. McDuffie on the catch, inside the 15, down to the 14-yard line. A pickup of 13 yards, and it's a Las Vegas Jewelers first down inside the State Farm Insurance red zone.
Well, here we go. A.J. McDuffie, getting him into the game is always a big thing. He is a playmaker.
First and 10, and all kinds of movement. That's going to move them back 5. It'll be first and 15. I don't think they were drawn off to you. You're right there on top of it.
No, that's going to be one of those everybody but the center.
6:10 to go here in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. 8-0. Arlington Martin leads, and the Wildcats on their second drive of the night inside the State Farm Insurance red zone. Mitchell Davis and Tyler Germstead bringing you the red zone. It's going to be offsides against the defense. How about that? Cats catch a break. They were drawn offsides.
Yeah, no, the coaching staff was barking and telling the officials what happened and that they were drawn offsides, and the officials went with it.
So that'll put them inside the 10-yard line, and it'll be 2nd down and 5 coming up. They can get just inside the 5-yard line for a first down for the Cats. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side. Ball right in the middle of the field. Snap back to Arizmende, looking for the corner route. Has a receiver, goes up, and does not come down with it. That was Pilot he was trying to connect with in the back left corner, and that'll fall incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 5.
That's a combination I'm confident we're going to see a lot of this year, especially remembering the last touchdown scored last week against Magnolia West. That tiptoe, the perfect throw and tiptoe catch at the back of the end zone by Pilot, really getting him fit into this offense, this Wildcat offense.
2nd down and 5, two receivers near side, one to the far side. They'll put Allen in motion across the formation and snap, and that's going to be movement. Howard got a little bit of a quick start that time out of the backfield, and 2 men in motion is going to move it back. It'll be 2nd down and 10. So Cats give the 5 yards right back, and you can't do that.
No, and really down here in the red zone, grass, not a whole lot of it, and so get stuff to get into the end zone, especially against the stout defense. So they got to really execute, and they can't afford to go backwards.
So 2nd down and 10 for the Cats. Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side. Shotgun formation with Howard to the right of Arizmende, and they'll give the ball to Howard. He has some big room. 5, touchdown, Wildcats! Samari Howard from 15 yards out, and the Cats within 2. 6-8 with your PAT up and coming. Touchdown brought to you by Smile at the World Orthodontics, Dr. Josh Knowles.
Very impressive drive by the Wildcats. I mean, that is just one of those, even a couple curveballs came along on the drive. They collected themselves, kept the pace going, got the touchdown.
Swinging gate for the Cats with Howard dotting the I, and they're going to go ahead and run it out of the swinging gate. Howard looking, has a receiver, caught. 2-point conversion is good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Martin 8, the Wildcats 8. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Wildcats.
Blue 42! Blue 42!
And welcome back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Warren Whites, your boy Q, Art Coley, Alan Roark along with you. We'll get that McGuire Tire scoring drive after this Sports World kickoff. Cats tie it up 8-8 with Arlington Martin. And Wagaman, after catching the 2-point conversion, he'll go out and kick this ball off. Sports World brings you the kickoff, puts his foot into leather, and it's a deep one. Driving all the way to the back of the end zone, and he stepped out of the back of the end zone. He thought about bringing it out, but after you step out of the back of the end zone. No, I can't do that. Scoring summary brought to you by McGuire Tires. It took the Cats 14 plays to travel 80 yards, topped off, with a Samari Howard 15-yard run, took 3:47 off the clock. Then Wagaman from Howard on the 2-point conversion, making your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Temple 8 and Martin 8. Here come the Warriors for their first possession of the ball game because of scoring on the botched punt snap, and they'll throw the ball to the far side of the field to the back out of the backfield, and that is Zari Barrow, the leading rusher for the Martin Warriors, and he bobbles it for just a second but is able to pull it in for positive yards. In fact, he'll pick up about maybe 6 yards on the pitching catch.
This team just has such a take-care-of-business feel to it. That 14-play drive to go down. Wagaman helped redeem my statements about special teams after he makes the catch for the 2-point conversion. So now I'm kind of – thank you, Wagaman. I appreciate you doing that.
Owe him not bringing it up.
A hamburger, right? 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. The Warriors in the white and gray going right to left, and a fake handoff across the middle. And incomplete, in and out of the hands of his intended receiver, Cy Ford. And pretty good coverage that time by the Wildcats on the far side.
Yeah, Keon Williams, he just was all over them, made a good play on it. Of course, the secondary, Ward and Q, was another big question marks because they all are first-time starters in their positions, and they played phenomenal, including so far into this game.
It'll be 3rd down and 5 coming up for the Warriors. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side on the pre-snap. Checking back to the sidelines is Zach Mundell. Cats in a 4-3 look right now. Snap back to Mundell. Quick hit and throws it to the sidelines. Complete. Enough for the first down, and that was Ford on the reception. Just a little spin and catch. Little button hook pattern that time, Q.
Yeah, it was, and that one he actually caught with his hands because that first one, it bounced right off his shoulder pads. He let it get into his body. So Temple caught a break, but he made up for it in that one and got a first down.
Out to the 40-yard line for the Warriors. It'll be 1st and 10, and Morrell gets the snap. He's in all kinds of trouble, and there's blue jersey circling him, and they'll drop him at the line of scrimmage. In there first for the Wildcats. Coming up and making the play, I believe, was Cody Little, Art.
Yeah, Cody was in on that. Another thing about Mundell, that quarterback with Arlington Martin, is he's a true dual-threat quarterback. He can run, he can throw, he loves to use all of his receivers. So you really have to be – if you go to sleep for a little bit on defense and think that, well, my guy that I'm covering, he hasn't been getting anything, about that time you're going to get burned for a touchdown.
4:56 and counting here in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. 8-8 your score with Martin on their first drive of the night. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Slot back on the near side as well. Cats looking like they're showing blitz. And Mundell will take the snap, roll to the wide side of the field, throws the out route, and it is complete and pushed out of bounds that time. Carlton Mack on the coverage, and on his first reception is Askey for the Warriors. It'll be a pickup of 3, 3rd down and 7 now coming up for the Warriors. And they get to the line of scrimmage quickly, Art, but they take their time getting the play in. It's a little bit off-putting for the defense because you think they're going to get to the line of scrimmage and really be ready to run a play, and then they stand up.
Well, I can tell you, Cody Little, we talk every week over the game, and he always lets me know that he likes it like this, when the team uses the whole play clock.
2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. 3rd down and 7 coming up. And Mundell in shotgun. He'll step up into the pocket. Nowhere to go. Cody Little had him trapped. Now he finds a receiver down the far sidelines, and it's incomplete. Ford had to fall back to try to catch it, and it will be 4th down and 7, and they'll roll the punting unit out for the Warriors.
You know, Ford had a step on Keon Williams, but Keon Williams did a great job getting back into that play and really knocked the ball away with his back. But either way, it's a stop, and it's 4th down now, and looks like the Wildcats are going to get the ball back.
And the beauty of that play by defensively for the Cats was that defensive line all stayed in their lanes, and Mundell couldn't find a place to run. Just good thing that Martin receiver didn't keep going, because Q, I think if he keeps running a go, he's wide open going for a touchdown.
And now that the Warriors will get into punt formation, Howard will stand at about the 20-yard line for the Cats on 4th down and 7. And that's going to be a delay of game. And unfortunately, it's a delay of game for the Cats because that punt only traveled about 6 yards.
That's what you call a shank.
Boy.
Can we decline the penalty?
Yeah. That would have been perfect. That was off the foot all the way to the sidelines. Go ahead, Q.
Coach Stewart said it before the game. They like to do a lot of magic tricks, and it don't matter if it's a punt formation or not. There's a lot of motion. There's a lot of things going on in the backfield before each and every play when it comes to Martin.
DK Schmittick back to punt. And it's a rugby-style kick. It's going to move Howard back. He catches it over his shoulder all the way back to the 20-yard line, and he'll lose 5 yards and be dropped by Cal Robinson. A 5-yard, minus 5 yards, I should say, on the return of a 47-yard punt. Got a little more leather on that kick than he did the first one.
Yeah, Samari Howard, that was a tough catch. If he doesn't make that catch, that ball probably rolls down to the 1 yard line the way it was kicked. But going backward to what Q was talking about, all the different formations and tricks with Arlington Martin, they're just trying to throw that Wildcat defense off to where you're questioning what you're supposed to do, which causes a pause and a delay.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Cats, going left to right in the blue and white. Snap back. There's Mende. He'll throw the wide receiver screen, and it was read completely that time. In on the stop, Jacob Hayes, the strong safety, drops him for a 3-yard loss. And, boy, he just had that book read before Arizmendi even let go of it.
Yeah, that book was read before he even got to the library.
Man.
You like that one, huh?
Yeah, I did. 2nd down and 13 coming up for the Cats. Now they send 2 receivers to the wide side. That's the left, 1 to the right. Howard gets the handoff, breaks the tackle, gets out to midfield. Out to the 25-yard line, maybe just shy of it. He'll get a lot of that real estate back and plus some, 10 yards on the carry. It'll be 3rd down and 3, much more manageable for the Cats. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Now they'll check back to the sidelines for the play. Once again, Martin in the white jersey, black numerals, gray pants, silver helmet. Cats going left to right. Score tied at 8. Approaching the 3-minute mark here in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. Howard gets the handoff again. He might have lost a half a yard. So it'll be 4th down and 4 coming up for the Cats. And Coach Stewart will send the punting unit back out.
A little bit of field position going on here between Arlington Martin and the Cats. And, of course, Arlington Martin in a better spot here to win in that battle just a little bit. But let's see what Wagaman does on this punt. The other thing, too, is you see, I don't know if you see it on the TV, you see it on the field. Arlington Martin's a big team, but it sure looks like the Wildcat offense is much quicker, moving around there on the field.
Big wide split for the punt unit on 4th down and 3. Wagaman will stand about the 10-yard line. Catches this one, and Wagaman's going to pull it down and run. He has the 1st down and more. Out to the 30, 35, and finally pushed out of bounds after a 14-yard run by Aaron Wagaman. And the Cats have a Las Vegas Jewelers 1st down off the fake punt.
Wagaman is tired of being heard as the kicker and the guy that is a weapon on special teams. He said, I can do it all. I can catch extra points. I can run and get 1st downs. I'm going to be player of the game.
He's going for the Heisman. They're going to put him in at middle linebacker.
That was a heck of a run right there.
Las Vegas Jewelers brings you the 1st down. Here comes the Cats offense. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Ball sits at the 36-yard line. Snap back to Arizmendi, looking down the sidelines, has Luke Allen caught 9 yards on the pitch and catch, and it'll be just shy of the 45-yard line. Coming up and making the stop that time was Lemons. It'll be 2nd down and 1 coming up for the Cats. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. There is Mende in shotgun, and he'll give the ball to Howard again. Howard's a big hole on the right side, hurdles the man across down inside the 45 to the 44-yard line. A pickup of 10 and a Las Vegas Jewelers 1st down.
That's a grown man move right there, boy.
Here come the Cats, empty backfield. 4 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Las Vegas Jewelers brings you the 1st down. It's a screen to Howard. Tries to ease his way down to the 40. They're going to have him just shy about the 41-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Cats.
That was one of the best fist pumps I've ever seen from Coach Stewart when Samari made that nice Zeke Elliott-type leap, and he congratulates him as he comes to the sideline. That was a heck of a play by the young man.
Thomas McVeigh checks into the ball game at running back. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. There is Mende, shotgun formation. Puts a man in motion to the near side. He'll take the snap, 3-step drop, looking, now throws the in route. A.J. McDuffie had it, and it's popped out of his hands that time. That's a good defensive play by Javian Tavino for the Martin Warriors.
Well, A.J. McDuffie was running a 10-yard in, just an in route, simple route, and Arizmendi put it on the money. And, you know, A.J. McDuffie, he's usually going to be money on those balls. He's got to make that catch.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 3rd down and 8 coming up for the Wildcats. As McVade stays in the backfield, he'll be to the left of Arizmendi. He'll take the snap, 3-step drop, looking, has the out route, and McVade has it go in and out of his hands. It'll be 4th down and 8 coming up for the Wildcats, and they'll have to send the punting unit right back out.
Well, those will show up as incompletions on Arizmendi, but let me tell you, both those balls were thrown on the money.
So here comes Wagaman back out onto the field and gives him another opportunity to punt this ball away, and maybe can flip the field here with a little better field position. Cats unable to capitalize on the fake punt. This time Martin brings the house, and a high kick angling toward the sidelines. Fair caught at the 6-yard line by the Warriors, and coming up and making the catch that time for the Warriors, I believe, was Robinson, and it was a 33-yard punt by Wagaman, and that's where the Warriors will set up 1st and 10 with 1:16 to go here in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter, all tied up at 8.
You know, Ward, we go back to that the fake punt. Wagaman gets out there, scores the first touchdown, and the listeners may be thinking, well, you didn't get any points out of it. I'll let you call it and come back to it after the play.
Split receiver to the near side, 1 to the far side. Martin with the magic show in the back, hands it off to the back, barrels his way out to the 20, still on his feet, out to the 23-yard line, a pickup of 15 yards that time. And on the carry was Schmidick, the big slot back who lines up in the backfield occasionally for the Warriors, and he'll have the first down all the way out to the 22-yard line.
He looked like a grown man. I said Samari Howard had a grown man run. That young man looked like a grown man.
Well, Schmidick is 5'9", 230 pounds. That's what was coming. That's almost a tank.
There you go.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side in the white and silver. Put the man in motion. Now they stack the receivers on the far side. They go right to left here at Wildcat Stadium. Snap back. 7-step drop. Still dropping. Now he throws it to the sidelines. And does he get his feet down? Yes. They say completion to the wideout that time. And on the reception,
Mundell's number 6, Mundell.
The quarterback, Zach Mundell, who was in a slot receiver that time. So Martin kind of moving people around. Now they move Mundell back into shotgun formation. Under a minute to go, he was out of bounds. Had enough for the first down. Picked up about 13 on the carry. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Mundell. He's got 2 backs in the backfield this time. And he'll hand off to the second one. Breaking tackles, weaves his way across midfield, down to the 45-yard line. On the carry, Zari Barrow for the Warriors. It'll be a gain that time of 21 yards, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Warriors. And now the Warriors have something cooking offensively.
Yeah, that Barrow, running back for Arlington Martin, is 5'7", 165 pounds, and a sophomore. So got some youth there in their backfield. But you know, it just looked like he just snuck right through. The Cats had him. I'm not sure if there's a little bit of arm tackling going on there, but it they had what they wanted. He just slipped right. He was able to slip through the defensive line.
He had some bounce in his little step. You know, every time that they got ready to make a tackle, he'd stutter step to the side. He had a nice little wiggle to him.
There you go. That's the end of the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. Your score from Wildcat Stadium: Temple 8, Arlington Martin 8. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Hey fans, this year Johnson Brothers Ford is celebrating 38 years of serving Central Texas and another great season sponsoring the Temple High School Wildcats. We love watching that blue front, white back magic on the field, and we're proud to join our community as we cheer on the Cats together. Good luck to all the players, coaches, parents, and fans. Let's make it happen in 2020.
Johnson Brothers, making it happen.
Go Cats!
Everything in our world.
Ready to. Athletic injuries Care orthopedic specialist. No matter where life finds you, today or in years
Well, look at
to
that
come,
orange sky.
trust that we'll be find a
The Warriors have the ball at the Temple 30.
And welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Warren White's Art Coley, your boy Q, Alan Roark along with you. We start the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, all tied up at 8, and the Warriors have it 1st and 10, now going left to right. Wide open down the seam that time, and Zach Mundell could not hit his receiver, Robinson, who was right on the hash mark. I don't know if the ball got hit at the line of scrimmage. It sure didn't have a very good flight to it that time.
That was just a bad throw.
Thank you,
It was a clean pocket. He just let it rip, and it just didn't rip the right way he wanted it to rip. Break for the Wildcats.
It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Warriors in the white and silver, going left to right now. Cats in the blue jerseys tonight, white numerals, blue front, white back pants, and the blue helmet. 2 receivers to the near side. And underneath center for the first time tonight, Mundell. And they'll run student body left, and looking for a little bit of room out to the 40-yard line is Zerari Barrow. And he'll be stacked up by the Cats. Coming across and making the play that time for the Cats, I believe that was Marshall Grays on the stop. It'll be 3rd down and about 8 coming up for the Warriors. Big 3rd down here, Art. 11:25 and counting in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, all tied up at 8 here at Wildcat Stadium. Home opener for the Cats. Good crowd on hand on both sides. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, ball on the left hash. Mundell trying to draw him off. Now he'll take the snap, throw the out route, and incomplete, and sticking his paw up that time for the Cats. I don't know if he changed the directory or not, but Jackson got up there, and it looked like he might have tipped that ball a little bit.
He did. He tipped it.
Thank you. Q on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. If you're planning a party, how about add Texas Tour Gear? They could even bring one of the giant screens in your backyard where you can watch NFL football and have some music.
I'm there then.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Punt formation, and they'll put a guy in motion, and now they'll go ahead and send this one deep. And Howard tries to get away from it, but it's going to take a really nice roll for the Warriors. And coming across and downing that after a 39-yard punt. It'll be inside the 1-yard line, so the Cats will have it 1st and 10 with 99 yards to go for pay dirt with 10:56 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. And that was a hard decision there for Howard to either try to pick that ball up and make something of it or just get away from it. You heard the sidelines hollering, Peter to get away from it. Yeah. And, that's the call when everybody goes away from it because you didn't want anybody to touch it. Unfortunately, after that, it took a big bounce for the Wildcat.
Illegal touching from the kicking team. Wow.
They got a big break there. So you heard the Cats call for it, but the Warriors didn't hear it, Art, and it touches one of the players at the 20-yard line. Therefore, it's a dead ball, and the Cats will get out of the shadows of their own goalpost.
That was a big break for the Wildcats, and I'll tell you, I'll be 100% honest with you. Standing right here, I didn't see anybody touch it. I actually was surprised that Temple was able to get out of the way. Keon Williams was on the field, and I thought that he was gonna hit him in the back, but it didn't. So Wildcats get a break, and there's still a discussion. This may get changed.
Well, the Wildcat offense may not be happy about this because they were looking forward to adding 99 yards to their offensive stats.
I think that they're very happy with this.
Yeah. Right.
Well, right now, Bob Wagger is on the field at the numbers pleading his case. He doesn't think they touched it. Now, the referees are going to have another little conference at about the 20-yard line. They want to make sure they get this right, but, boy, Wagger is still pleading his case with his mask on about the 20-yard line, asking somebody. Now, Coach Stewart walked out a little bit, and
if you're going to make the call, don't go back and forth on it. But, Wagger's a 23-year head coach here in Texas. He's been at Arlington Martin now. This is his 16th season. He's moving up there in that kind of legendary status as far as getting close to 200 wins. You get 200 wins as a coach, that's a big deal.
He's been at Arlington Martin since the school opened. He's been their only head coach, and he's never had a losing season in those 16 seasons.
Isn't that something?
That's amazing.
It is. And he and Coach Stewart have a tremendous relationship and respect for each other. And, of course, Coach Stewart, being into his 5th season,
That's what I thought.
Oh, all right. So, pleading his case for Coach Wagger. And now it will be, as Art wanted, the 99-yard drive attempt for the Wildcats.
As much as Temple's not going to like that, I honestly do believe that was the right call.
I think you're right, Q. Seeing the replay here in the booth. And, oh, by the way, thanks to Coach Prentice and the staff here, allowing us to have a little replay up here in the booth. The new digs here at Wildcat Stadium are very impressive. Here come the Cats. 1st and 10 from the 1-yard line. Out of the end zone, Arizmendi will take the snap, 3-step drop, trying to get down the sidelines. A little miscommunication. That could be a flag. They're going to say that ball was uncatchable. And Luke Allen couldn't get down the sidelines, but he was impeded extremely by Tavino that time, Q.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There was definitely a lot of contact, and I'm assuming that the officials believe that it was uncatchable because he was on top of it. He was staring right at it, as I was as well.
But I think the coach, the Wildcat staff was saying illegal use of hands or maybe even holding.
Right. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Snap back, they'll hand to Howard. He'll get out of the 5-yard line on his feet, bounces his way out to the 10, still on his feet, out to the 13-yard line, a pickup of 12 yards, and there's a Las Vegas Jewelers first down, and just like that, Coach Bob Wagger wants the timeout, and we'll take it with him. Your score from Wildcat Stadium, Temple 8, Arlington Martin 8. Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas.
We are done. Go-to for your vehicle. At Ponder's Auto and Fleet Service, they use quality parts. They're a Napa Care Center, and they have a 12-month or 12,000-mile warranties available for your peace of mind. They also have free shuttle service for your convenience. Family owned and operated. Go by and see B.W. Ponder and the whole gang at Ponder's Auto and Fleet Service. Find them online at ponderautofleet.com.
Welcome back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Arizmendi throws that one up for grabs, and it's intercepted at the 50-yard line. Going back the other way, the free safety is sung and up the far sidelines, breaks a tackle, spins at the 5, finally knocked out of bounds at the 1-yard line. A return of 54 yards after the INT, and that went from bad to worse.
Well, the best offense for Arlington Martin is their defense.
Yep, that's what it's been. Their offense hasn't really done anything, but the defense and special teams play has set them up in good position. But that was just like a punt. I mean, that wasn't the wide receiver was nowhere near that play.
So the INT will set them up first and goal to goal at the 1-yard line. 8-8 is your score as we got back quickly from that timeout. And they hustle to the line of scrimmage, split receiver to both sides of the formation, and he'll go underneath center, quarterback keep, and he is hit in the backfield and still on his feet, still driving. No signal yet from the official. I think he's going to be just a half-yard short. They had him in the backfield for a 1-yard loss, but Mundell somehow drove forward, and they do give him the touchdown. And the Temple coaching staff is not happy about that.
Well, he was, I mean, in the grasp for the longest and just kept going and kept going. But, I mean, again, they just didn't blow the whistle, so I guess it is what it is, I guess.
Davidson will come in for the PAT as Arlington Martin goes up 14-8 with your point after attempt coming, and they'll go back to that line of scrimmage and in a shotgun formation. Now he'll drop back to one knee in the traditional field goal and is almost blocked, but he gets it up and through the uprights. And your new score with 9:59 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Arlington Martin 15, Temple Wildcats 8. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas. When it's time to think insurance and you want
we all expect
to
it to
with a
work.
local
When it
agency,
doesn't,
do
don't
yourself
call
a
any
favor.
Heating and AC Company. Call Temple Heat and Air, your full-service AC and heating company. 254-771-1012. Locally owned and operated since 2001, you'll see the difference in their personalized, safe, and friendly service. As an American Standard and Lennox dealer, you'll get the right parts and service for the right system. Get same-day service and no surprises, plus great financing and discounts. When your system isn't working, call Temple Heat and Air, 254-771-1012.
And welcome back to Temple Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas, presented by Baylor Scott and White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute. Ford Wentz, your boy Q, Art Coley, Alan Roark along with you here in the booth. As Arlington Martin takes the lead back 15-8 with 9:59 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. They capitalize off the Wildcat turnover. And this is a short kick down to Howard at the 5, out to the 10, to the 15, weaves his way to the 20, to the 25, has some room, and knocked down at the 32-yard line. Coming up and making the stop that time after a 26-yard return was Davidson, and that's where the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10.
That was Taylor on the return.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Q.
He fumbled out of bounds, but it's still Wildcat ball. But they've been keeping the ball away from Howard when they kick off.
Thank you very much for the update. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Ball will sit on the left hash. Cats now traveling right to left in the blue unis tonight. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation for Arizmendi, and they'll hand it off to Howard. Has some room on the outside, gets out to the 40-yard line, just across it. Pickup of about 8 on the carry. Coming up and making the stop that time, the safety, Jacob Hayes, and it'll be 2nd down and 2 coming up for the Cats.
Definitely some opportunities here. I'm just trying to watch Arlington Martin's coverage, and there are times where the double out really only have one person out there, and they're way off of the ball on those guys.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Snap back to Arizmendi. He'll throw it to Pilot at the catch. 50, 45, 40, to the 35, to the 30. Steps out of a tackle. Down inside the 25 to the 22-yard line. Harrison Pilot with the reception from Arizmendi for 39 yards. And that's a Las Vegas Jewelers first down at the 21 is where they'll mark him.
Yeah, and that's really what I was hitting on. They've got these lanes that are wide open. If Arizmendi and the receivers can just get on the rhythm with that, they can do some damage.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side on 1st and 10 for the Cats. Snap back, looking downfield. Still has a receiver clearing at the goal line. Touchdown, Wildcats! Pilot tippy-toes at the back of the end zone and makes the catch for the Cats to pull within 1 with your PAT up and coming. Excuse me, was that Pilot or is that McDuffie?
McDuffie.
Thank you very much. That was A.J. McDuffie. I'm sorry, A.J. Couldn't see it on that far side in the shadows of the end zone. But the Cats with the touchdown brought to you by Smile at the Word Orthodontic. They'll run the swinging gate and now go back to the traditional PAT with Howard on the hold and Wagaman in to attempt it, brought to you by Clem McKeska's Barbecue. Snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is good. Your new score, hold everything. There is laundry on the field, brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners.
I believe it's going to be offsides.
We'll get the call from the official. It is offsides against the Warriors. I would think that he declines that, right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Coach Stewart will decline that, and the PAT
Offsides
from Glenn McKeska
on the defense,
is
number
good.
21.
Your
That
new
penalty's
score
declined.
from Wildcat Stadium,
That point is
Temple
good.
15, Arlington Martin 15. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas. At Texas Stewart. Welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Here in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, 8:54 remaining. Temple ties it up 15-15 after the Sports World kickoff. We'll get your scoring summary brought to you by McGuire Tires. Ward Whites, your boy Q, Art Coley, and Alan Roark along with you. As Wagaman puts his foot into it. And another deep kick comes down to the 5, catches it on the run out to the 20, to the 25, has the sidelines out to the 40, down to midfield, and he is gone. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. 95 yards on the return that time by the Martin Warriors, and that is Leonard Lemons.
Flag on the play, far side.
Oh.
At the 45-yard line.
And they're walking back. That may have been a block in the back. Cats may have caught another break. Johnny's Cleaners brings you laundry on the field. Oh, a sideline warning. Well, that didn't help. Let's get the scoring summary brought to you by McGuire Tires. It took the Cats 3 plays to travel 68 yards. It was Aries Mende to McDuffie, 21 yards for the pitching Cat. Took 59 seconds off the clock. Made it 15-15 for a moment.
And how about Arizmendi coming back after the deep ball interception and coming right back and doing what he does with his receivers?
You know, if it wasn't for
special teams tonight,
special teams and mental mistakes from the Wildcats, I mean, they're probably winning this game pretty easily right now.
So Tavino will drop back to one knee, and here come the Cats, and they're all over him. It's going to be offsides against Cats. They'll get another shot at this. I think it's going to be offsides against Cats. Laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners. So they do a little bit different than the swinging gate. They kind of let Javen Cavino wander around the backfield for a minute. They did the direct snap to him the first
Offsides.
PAT.
It was unabated.
It was offsides against the Cats. And then he'll drop back to a knee and give their kicker Davidson a shot at it. Let's see if they do that again this time. He kind of just wanders around and looks at the sidelines nonchalantly, and then he'll drop to a knee. Walks up to the line of scrimmage. He'll call for the snap. This time he'll go to the left side and dive into the end zone, and the two-point conversion is good. So just like that. And now tempers flare and flags fly. We'll get the call before we go to break. Laundry on the field. Not sure what that's going to be, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be extracurricular activity.
Well, it was Eric Shorter and then Schmidick, number 9 for Arlington Martin. They got into a little tussle over there. Now it's just always the question: who's the call going to be on?
Who they catch?
Who's the second guy?
That's right.
It's always the second guy.
So that will be worked out between the officials. It's a dead ball foul anyway, so it'll be assessed on the kickoff one way or the other. Here comes the call from the official.
We have a dead ball, personal foul number 13.
So that is going to go against the Wildcats, and so they'll be kicking off from Wildcat territory. Your new score with 8:43 remaining in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Arlington Martin 23, Temple Wildcat 15. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Everything in our world is connected. At Grande, we continue to invest millions in our fiber-rich network so you can have the most reliable connections when you need them most. These connections inspire our greatest passions in life. And as you follow your dreams, we're here for you every step of the way, 24/7, with our award-winning customer service. Until one day, you become...
Welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas, presented by Baylor Scott and White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute. Ford Wentz, your boy Q, Art Coley, and Alan Roark along with you. As the Wildcat, they're going to take a timeout here, or what are we doing? I'm not real sure what's going on. think that the Wildcats took a timeout. Q, can you tell?
Arlington Martin called a timeout.
Of the half.
All right, so Arlington Martin takes the timeout. We'll keep it right here during this timeout, as maybe they were trying to set up the onside kick and not enough people were out there. I'm not real sure why you'd take the timeout there, but Wildcats did have the hands team out.
Yeah, and I think that you definitely have to pay attention to what's going on, especially when you get a kind of a penalty like that and you set yourself up on the other side of the field. I mean, you've got to be aware of everything that's possible can happen. And you said it during the break, watch out for the onside kick, and I definitely would not be surprised to see that.
8:43 remaining here in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. 23-15 after the kickoff return by the Arlington Martin Warriors, and that's one of those plays, guys, we talk about. You don't want to give up the big play, the big momentum swing after you just scored, and then all of a sudden a 95-yard kickoff return. Now they have all the momentum taken right back for you. The offense, if they get an opportunity to get this football, they have to make something out of this drive.
Yeah, those 23 points for Arlington Martin, they're not up there because of great offensive play by Arlington Martin. Those 23 points are up there because of their defense and special teams, and like you said, a couple big plays and mistakes.
So now the hands team in, and a kick along the ground is going to be bobbled and picked up at the 10, and he bobbled it again and knocked out of bounds. And on the return that time was Taylor. Thank you, Q. And he'll get just shy of the 20. Well, they're actually going to mark him a little bit more shy than that. They're only going to put him at the 12-yard line. So a return of 6 yards, and that's where the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10, trailing 23-15 with 8:37 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Excuse me, that'll be the 17-yard line. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side, snap back, and whistles fly. Laundry on the field, and that's going to be illegal procedure against the Cats.
Self-inflicted wounds. Story of the first half, and I'm sure that's something that Coach Stewart will talk to me about at halftime.
5-yard penalty, still first down.
So it'll be 1st and 15 for the Cats. That'll mark them at the 12-yard line now.
Well, one of the things Coach Stewart is known for and is proven is that he and his staff have been real good at halftime adjustments. They usually come out, and so I'm probably thinking that the Wildcats are like, if we can just keep this thing, let's stay calm, get in at halftime, make our adjustments.
1st and 15, two receivers to the far side. There's Mindy throwing the out route. It's complete to the tight end that time, Keandre Smith, and he'll get minimum gain, only about 1 on the gain that time before he is dropped by Hayes, and it will be 2nd down and 14 coming up for the Cats.
You got plenty of time. It's 8 minutes and 12 seconds left in this half. It's okay to get a heavy dose of Samari Howard. He's been running hard tonight.
Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side. Cats go right to left on 2nd down. 3-step drop, and he's in all kinds of trouble. Flags fly, still on his feet. Now he'll be slung down to the ground, and that is Ernest Cooper on the stop for the Martin Warriors. It'll be a loss of about 3 if it stands. I think that may be in the vicinity of holding. Laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners. Well, are they picking the flag up, Hugh?
Holding.
No.
Number 57 of the offense.
It looked like it, though.
That penalty is declined.
It kind of did look like he was picking it up. It'll be 3rd down now after they decline the penalty. 3rd down and 14 coming up for the Wildcats. The Cats a little discombobbled right now. Split receiver to the near side, 2 to the far side for the Cats. 23-15 on 3rd down and 14. Cats trail. Put Howard in motion to the far side of the field. 3-step drop. Still holding the football. Now he'll roll to the short side, try to get to the edge, and he'll be pushed out of bounds just shy of the 10-yard line. So he's going to lose a little bit more. And they'll roll the punting unit out on 4th and long coming up for the Wildcats. That drive just didn't have a chance.
It didn't, and Arizmendi there was no one open. I mean, Arlington Martin on 3rd and 14 from back there, your guys are playing back. A 5-yard pickup doesn't do anything for you, but good coverage by the secondary and Arlington Martin. Also, the offensive line for the Wildcats, Arizmendi had plenty of time, just no one was open.
It'll be 4th down coming up for the Cats, 4th and 14. And Wagaman out of the end zone will quickly get it out of there. And it'll land at the 35, go outside the 50, and they thought that they had the ball picked up and touched. The official says no dice on that, and they'll give them the ball at the 49-yard line. And you hear the Cat fans not agreeing with that call at all.
Well, you know, the man who was back to receive it, Mundell, he ran up to it like he was going to pick it up, and then he ran away from it. I don't think he touched it, but I don't blame the Wildcats for trying to jump on it. They need a momentum shift right now.
40 yards on the punt, nothing on the return, and that's where Arlington Martin will take over. 1st and 10, just shy of the midfield stripe at the 49-yard line. And the Cats trail 23-15 with 7:23 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, and here comes the Warriors offense. Mundell, shotgun formation, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Cats with a 4-man front, and they'll run the reverse to the near side. Cats have it red, but they missed the tackle in the backfield, and somehow squeezing yardage out of that, Cal Robinson will get a big pickup of about, well, it's going to be about 6 yards. The chain gain is completely confused because they had 1st and 10 going the other way, and now they're not sure what. They can't give them a 1st down. It was at the 49-yard line. Wait a minute. That's going to be a mistake. The ball should have been marked 1st and 10 at the 49, and they're only out to the 45. That's only a 6-yard gain. It should be 2nd down and 4 coming up for Arlington Martin.
I think that's what the officials are now deciding to huddle up and discuss. That, like you said, the chain gang was all discombobulated.
They had it going the wrong way. Actually, they had it 1st and 10 at the 49, but they had it 1st and 10 Wildcats at the 49. Now they try to say 1st and 10 at the 45. They completely skipped the first play, and Coach Stewart he's going to let them handle it for the moment, but I bet if they let them have a 1st down here, he won't let them handle it for long.
You know, whatever they do on the down and sticks here, they'll get that stuff worked out. But, you know, going back to the play that was actually ran, and you're seeing here you are just 7 minutes to go in the second quarter, and think about all the looks that you've seen from Arlington Martin. Reverses, tosses, you know, different trick things here with the PAT and the point after. It's just the way they are. It's in their culture to just have a lot of different things going on and really trying to confuse the defense and get them second-guessing themselves about their responsibilities and their disciplines. And in saying all that, kudos to the Wildcat defense, but Fort Ward, it looks like giving them 1st and 10.
There's no way they're going to get away with that, I wouldn't think. Coach Stewart standing at the 50-yard line, wanting to talk to the side judge on his side. Now they're going to move the chains back. It should be marked at the 49-yard line with the 1st down, and then they'll put the 1st down marker at the 45, so it'll be 2nd down and 4 coming up.
Thank you.
There you go. Now put it there.
Still says 1st down.
Well, I was waiting for the ref to announce up to the TV, said, guys, could you run the replay back over on the big screen? So
can we watch that for just a second?
We can see where we were marked before.
By the way, we haven't mentioned the new digs here at Wildcat Stadium, as Coach Stewart's going to get the explanation that we all knew. The new big video board down on the west end zone here at Wildcat Stadium, just absolutely beautiful. And then on the other end, on the east end zone, a brand new Temple tee with the score and the time and everything on it. Very good looking as well. And, of course, you can catch the replays and watch the game live there on the big Jumbotron now. Nice little upgrade. Last year, light. This year, a Jumbotron.
How
about that?
It's anybody listening that hasn't been to Wildcat Stadium, this is a reason to come out and just to see what they have here. It's beautiful.
2nd down and 4 now for the Warriors, who go left to right in the silver and black. Now they split everybody out to the left side. 4 receivers left, slot back to the right. Mundell takes the snap, looking for the screen on the far side, has it complete up the far sideline, and finally pushed out of bounds on the reception that time for the Warriors was the slot back, and that is Angel Medina. It'll be enough for the 1st down. Coming up and pushing him out of bounds, I believe, was Williams.
Well, and there was some more razzle-dazzle.
Yeah.
Arlington Martin, in the middle, they calls an audible, they shift, they move 4 receivers over to one side. I mean, that is not easy on a defense.
Right, and you heard Coach Stewart say all week it's magic tricks for them in the backfield, and they've certainly showed that tonight. We'll put a man in motion across, and now they'll do the double handoff and hand it off to the big man, and that is Schmittick, and he'll be dropped for a loss. Nice job by the Cats that time to smell that one out. Cody Little drops him for a loss.
It's all about discipline. When you see that razzle-dazzle, you still got to be true to your defense, be true to your assignments, and stay in your lanes, and that's exactly what the Wildcats defense did.
It'll be 2nd down and 12 coming up for the Warriors. Clock now at 6:28 and counting. 23-15 in favor of the Warriors with the football on the left hash, going left to right. Split receiver near side, put the man in motion to the far side, and now they'll have 2 receivers to the far side. Mundell in shotgun. He'll fake the handoff. 3-step drop. Now he'll be flushed. Still trying to find somebody. He'll pull it down and run with it, and the Cats will drop him for another loss. And Cody Little will have to come out after his helmet pops off and making the tackle.
There's a flag on the play. I think it's after the play. I think it's going to go against the Wildcats, and if it does, that's a big break for Martin.
Laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners. Flag sitting right at 35. Boy, hopefully this is not a dead ball personal foul.
It was a bang play. The quarterback went down, and a cat defender fell on top of him, but it was bang. It's not like you can stop yourself in middle air. No air brakes.
Well, one of the reasons that play happened was because the secondary, Williams, Jackson, Peoples, and Mack, just were on their receivers like glue. They just had them covered. There was no place for Mandel to throw the ball or Mundell to throw the ball. And so he was scrambling, just trying to make something out of nothing.
Unsportsmanlike conduct is the call against the Cat, and
automatic
first down. 15. It'll be a 1st and 10 inside the red zone for the just shy of the red zone for the Warriors. State Farm Insurance might.
There were 2 players that had helmets come off.
Bring you the red zone.
They will both be required to sit out for
I can't
one
understand
play.
anything he's saying. He needs to take his mask off when he do that. All I heard was Charlie Brown. Absolutely.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 2 backs in the backfield now with Mundell. He'll take a 3-step drop, looking downfield. Now he's going to be flushed and knocked off his feet, and coming in and making the sack, Torres for the Wildcats, and he'll drop him for a big loss of 10+.
Well, that was the Warriors' junior wide receiver, Sid Ford, number 3, playing quarterback, and he does that from time to time, comes in and fills that spot for Mundell.
A 14-yard loss, Art, and that'll make it 2nd down and 24.
Well, that Ford, phenomenal athlete. He's one of the players to watch. As wide receiver, he's already comes into this with 125 yards of receiving, a couple touchdowns.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 2 backs in the backfield, and the quarterback will keep it and weaves his way to the 30, and then he's stacked up by several blue jerseys. And coming in first that time was Jaden Jackson for the Cats, and he'll drop him after a minimal gain, maybe about, say 3 yards, maybe 4 at the 30-yard line. So still 3rd down and long coming up for the Warriors. It'll be 3rd and 23. No, excuse me. It'll be 3rd and 16.
Big defensive play right here for the Cats, man. They can't allow them to even get 13 or 14 yards.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. They'll put a man in motion to the near side, trying to set up the screen. Now they do. Right across the middle. Big yardage for the big man, and he'll get hit off his feet at the 20-yard line, and that's it. Coming in and making the stop, Marshall Graves for the Wildcats. He'll get just to the original line of scrimmage, but there is laundry on the field, brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners.
I believe it's a block in the back.
And they'll drop it right at the 22. I think you have to go ahead and take this because you want to take them out of field goal range, right?
56 White.
Holding. That's
10-yard
a 10-yard
penalty from the
spot
previous
foul
spot.
penalty, so you kind of have to go ahead and take it.
3rd down.
It would have been 4th and 11 and certainly an opportunity for the field goal. But now you push them back, and that's going to put them outside the 30 with 3rd and long again. I think I probably take my chances on 3rd and long here and get them out of field goal range.
No doubt. I agree with that 100%. That's the only thing to do. Again, you don't want to give them too much wiggle room because they might just go for it as well. It might not even be a field goal attempt. They might just go for it.
So it'll be 3rd down and 19 now for the Warriors. They'll check back to the far sideline for the coaching staff's call. Cats stay with the 4-man front here. Split receiver to the far side. Now they'll send 2 receivers to the far side. They go left to right. Mundell in shotgun. And Barrow to his left. He'll drop back, looking to go the end zone. Has a receiver, and it's blocked away. Nice play on the backside for the defense. And coming across that time was Peoples, as he just goes up and knocks it to the turf. It'll be 4th down and long for the Warriors.
Nice play right there by Peoples. That looked like that was going to be a sure touchdown, but he came over and got a claw on it, got a hand on it, and was able to knock that ball away.
Well, Peoples showed some of his speed there, but that's one of those teaser plays if you're a quarterback. He's wide open, you lay it up, and then all of a sudden the free safety did what he was supposed to do.
So they're going to line up for a 49-yard attempt off the right hash, with coming in to hold once again with that weird set is Tavino.
I'm going to say no way they're kicking this. This is some kind of squib kick or something, or maybe they're just trying to run the play.
Timeout.
And Davidson
Arlington
now
Martin.
will stand there.
Their 3rd
they have
timeout of the
4
half.
guys standing on the sidelines to substitute in. They're not real sure of what they're going to do. And so the Wildcats are going to take a timeout and talk about it before this field goal. We'll keep it here during this timeout.
Arlington Martin didn't take that. They only had 3 seconds left on the.
Did they go ahead and take that?
Yeah.
Okay.
They only had 3 seconds left on the play clock.
Thank you.
Temple still has all of their timeouts, and Martin just used their 3rd one.
And you could tell by the way they were kind of moving around, though. They had 2 guys on the sidelines that they couldn't tell if they were going to substitute in or not. They even used the smoke and mirrors on special teams.
Well, I don't know, Q, Ford, if you feel this way. I never know. Are they really confused, or are they just trying to trick me?
Are they confusing us?
Yeah, yes, that is. Put a check in that box. Yeah.
All right. So Davidson will try the 49-yard attempt. And here they go with this. He'll call out the signals, kind of wander behind the center a little bit. Now he'll drop down to a knee and give Davidson a shot at this from the right hash. Snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is good. From 49 yards out, the Warriors extend their lead. Your new score with 4:08 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service 2nd quarter. Arlington Martin 26, Temple Wildcats 15. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas. And welcome back to Temple Wildcat football, presented by Baylor Scott and White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute. Your Q, Ward Whites, Art Coley, and Alan Rourke along with you here in the booth on a beautiful Friday night for high school football. Arlington Martin extends their lead 26-15 on a Davidson 49-yard field goal. As he'll put his foot into leather and send this one deep down to the 5-yard line, out to the 15, to the 20. Slows and paws down out to the 30, and McDuffie still on his feet fighting for yardage, and they'll finally push him out of bounds at the 33-yard line. 28 yards on the return, and that's where the Wildcats will set up shop, 1st and 10, trailing 26-15. Big drive here for the Cats, Art?
Well, absolutely. I mean, to get in and get some points, but I think the bigger thing is the Wildcats using up that time. Don't give Arlington Martin a chance to get back on. I mean, think about it. Of the 26 points that Martin has, a bad snap for a touchdown, right? A kickoff return, a punt, an interception down to the 1. I mean, that's 21 of those points.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Cats in the blue and white, going right to left, down 26-15, 3:55 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service 2nd quarter. Howard gets the handoff. and he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. Not much there. Coming in and making the stop that time for the Warriors is the nose guard, Andre Wilson. It'll be second down. Well, they actually gave him 2, so second down and 8 for the Wildcat.
So maybe, I guess what I was trying to say, Ward, is that don't change your game plan. Just keep doing what you do. It's an 11-point game, and we just rattled off 21 points that really were bizarre, right?
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Second down and 7, really, after a 3-yard gain. They'll give it to Howard again. He stutters at the line of scrimmage, and he's going to lose a yard this time. It'll be third down and 8 coming up for the Wildcats. And coming in and making the stop that time, Ernest Cooper. And so now the Wildcats facing another 3rd and long here.
This is a big first down. They need to get this first down. They do not want to give the ball back to Martin right now. That's just not what they want to do, especially with Martin getting the ball to start the second half.
Cue on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Third down and 8 for the Cats. Here is Mende in shotgun. He'll take the snap. 3-step drop. Here comes the house. He's in all kinds of trouble, and he's going to be sacked at the 36-yard line. Just barely got back to the line of scrimmage, and the Cats are going to have to roll the punting unit back out there on 4th down and 7.5, really.
Well, Arlington Martin went man coverage in the secondary, and they brought everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's so you could see it coming. That's a tough spot to be in because they know you have to get 8 yards for that first down, and they just weren't going to give Arizmendi enough time to be able to read and make that throw.
Some confusing on the punting unit. Now they get enough people out there. Wagaman will stand about his 20, trying to send this one away for the Cats. And in rugby style, he does get his foot into it. End over end. Fair catch signaled for and made at the 29-yard line by the Warriors, and that's Cal Robinson. 36 yards on the punt, no return, and here comes that Warrior offense with 1:47 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Cats trail it 26-15.
Good, chilling.
Well, I know Coach Roark will be giving us halftime stats, but I think we're going to be pleased at the way the Wildcat defense has played this half statistically.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, and Zach Mundell into shotgun formation. Barrow to his right. Snap back. He'll roll to the short side of the field, looking downfield. Now he's going to be pressured. He'll pull it down and then throw it down the sidelines. And the receiver went out of bounds and then came back in, so that would have been incomplete anyway as he saw the official toss his hat. Tried to get it down the sideline to Ford, but that play was squashed by the Wildcats from the start.
Carlton Mack on that coverage, number 17 for the Cats. He's a senior, played a reserve role last year for the Cats, but very good coverage.
So it'll be second down and 10, although there you go. Well, that chain game's having a difficult time tonight. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. 1 back in the backfield with Mundell, and he'll throw the out route. It's complete, and trying to put on the brakes and go forward with it. His wideout that time, and in the ball game at wideout for the first time tonight is Angel Medina. Had him on a return earlier, but first time we've seen him at a wideout. He'll make the catch, and it'll be a 7-yard gain. Third down and 3 coming up for the Warriors.
Well, they snuck that offensive lineman out there as a receiver.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. He'll fake the handoff. Wendell was going to step up into the pocket, try to get it himself, and he is going to be forced down. And on the stop that time is Torres. As he held his ground, it's going to be 4th and about a half a yard coming up for the Warriors. And decision time now for Bob Wager, and I think he'll probably go for this.
No doubt about it. They're going to, well.
And the Cats call a timeout. We'll take it with them. 52 seconds remaining in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Your score,
Timeout.
Martin 26, Temple 15.
The first time out of the
Wildcat football
half.
continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas. Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Warren White's Art Coley, Alan Rourke in the booth. Q on the sidelines. He'll catch up with Coach Stewart going into the locker room. 52 seconds remaining here in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. 26-15 in favor of the Warriors. And they have 4.5 a yard. And it looks like they're lining up in punt formation, but don't believe everything you see from this football team. Snap back, and he'll put his foot into it. And it will land at the 28 and take another Martin Warrior bounce all the way inside the 15 down to the 13-yard line. A 48-yard punt and no return. And that's where the Wildcats will sit up with 38 seconds remaining. And here, do you just take a knee here and go to the locker room and get reset?
I think you try one play. You try to get one. Maybe give it to Howard, see if he could pop one for some big yardage. And then if not, then yeah, you just take a knee. If he does pop one, then you go ahead because you got a couple timeouts, so why not use them?
See what the offense chooses to do here.
Got to give Howard a chance to pop one. Picks up 20, 25 yards, even 15 yards. You're cooking with grease.
So 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Howard, the aforementioned, in the backfield to the left. Now they'll put him in motion and send him out. And they'll run the screen and complete on the far side, but not much doing. A.J. McDuffie had it in his hands, and Howard missed the block, and so the defensive back was able to come up and make the play that time. It'll be 2nd down and 10 coming up for the Wildcats. Clock continues to run with 20 seconds.
Now that they're not in any hurry anymore, that play didn't do anything.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Here is Mindy. Will take the snap. And, boy, that one almost went pick 6 as it was overthrown. Little miscommunication between he and A.J. McDuffie. And that time Johnson for the Warriors, if he would have had just one more rung on the ladder, he would have had that in his paws.
Now you just run the ball up the gut. Get out of here. Get out of here down 11 at halftime.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Snap back, and they'll hand to Howard. Weaves his way outside the 20 to the 25-yard line before he is stopped. And that should be the last play of the first half. Coming up and making the play that time, the safety, Sungu. And that will do it. There's the end of the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Your score, Arlington Martin 26 and the Temple Wildcats 15. We'll keep it right here as Q will catch up with Coach Stewart heading into the locker room and see what Coach Stewart has to say. He's making his way over to Q right now. Q and Coach Stewart, brought to you by the Temple Education Foundation. Take it away, Q.
Coach, you're down 11 at halftime, and defense is playing well. It looks like self-inflicted wounds.
Oh, my. 20 of those points were absolute gimmies. I mean, one was over, snap over the head. The other one was a kickoff return, and then we had a pick down to the 1. So, I mean, you can't go against a really good football team like Arlington Martin, think you're going to come out here and make bonehead mistakes, turn the ball over and do those kind of things and think you're going to have a chance. So we're gonna go talk about it. I think we're playing well on both sides of the ball, offense, defense. Just got to cut out the dumpster.
Samari Howard's running hard, running downhill, looking like he's getting things going.
He's a grown man. And
you ain't lying.
He will put the team on his back, and I mean, I love that kid for that. I think the offensive line's playing. You see them; they're monsters up front. So we just got to stay patient, not try to win it all every. God sakes, we got to start playing some special.
Absolutely, appreciate you, Coach. Back to you, Ward.
All right, that is Q with Coach Stewart, brought to you by the Temple Education Foundation. Heading into the locker room, your score at halftime: Arlington Martin 26, Temple Wildcats 15. Stay tuned. The Morrison Pursley Financial Planning halftime show is next on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Injury keep.
Was that good?
Yep.
Good. Okay.
And now, the Temple Independent School District is proud to present the Temple High School Wildcat Band. The band is under the field direction of head drum major Ellie Abel, assistant drum major Patience Johnson, and assistant drum major Amber Morris. The Wildcat Band and their official sponsor, In-House Systems, are pleased to present the 2020 Marching Production entitled Motown, a celebration of black artists and composers. Tonight, we're bringing back the groove with the Jackson 5 hit, I Want You Back. Let's keep the hits rolling with Papa of the Rolling Stones by the Temptations.
Poor guy, man. He's sitting there with like his 2 handfuls of stuff like, am I doing alright? I'm like, there's right now.
And now that we've got a little more time for halftime this evening, we'd like to make the big Temple team. And then we're going to play the A song. So on your feet, Wildcat Nation, let's hear some noise for our Wildcats. Let's keep the good times going here. Let's hear some Let's Go Wildcats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention this evening. It's been our pleasure to perform for you. Our sponsor for tonight's halftime show is In-House Systems. We thank them for helping the Wildcat Band outfit our tour. Directors of the Wildcat Band are Brent Apple, Marcus Duran, Marcus Bonilla, Jennifer Esser, and Evan Simmons. Color Guard is under the direction of Lacey Garcia. Director of Fine Arts and R&D is Christine Austin. We're glad to be back home at the tour with you. And hope you enjoy the Have a safe and restful weekend. Good night, and let's go, Wildcats!
And welcome. Julie. Here at Wildcat Stadium. Guys, first story of big play. Not play wings.
In the first half,
Number 1, Aaron Ragaman will kick off for the Wildcats.
Huge.
All right, big by automatic Jeff Canteen, and Arlington Martin going to bring it out. It's first half. On the return, out to the 30, out to the 40, to midfield, cuts it back, and he'll get to the 30, to the 20, a 100-yard return by the Mark Warriors, their second kick return of the night by Leonard Clemens. The Warriors extend their lead 32-50 on the opening kick.
Kickoff return.
Help.
That was no.
He didn't cut.
No. I mean, that
took that one right goal line out. Found a crease on the near sideline. It enough to get him into the end zone. Your new score stadium. Arlington Martin 33, Temple 15, Wildcat football.
Number 11.
Court. Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas, presented by Baylor Scott & White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute. Into the First United Bank and Trust third quarter, the opening kickoff return by the Martin Warriors, 100-yard, 33-15 before we can even blink.
I'm still shocked. I'm literally standing here on the sideline like that did not just happen. That's incredible. I mean, two kickoff returns like that in the game, and the way that one happened, like Art said, didn't even get touched.
Special teams, the story of the night so far for the Temple Wildcats. They got to find a way to shore that up, and this is going to come down at the 10, and trying to get all the way across is A.J. McDuffie. He runs into some white jerseys in a hurry. He'll return the ball 10 yards, and that is it before he is knocked off his feet. And coming in and making the stop that time was Travell Johnson for the Warriors. And so the Wildcats will have it on their first possession here in the second half, trailing 33-15.
Or if he doesn't catch that ball on the return, does that go out of bounds?
Yeah, probably so.
I should look. Here it did, but I didn't know if I was on the bad angle.
So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. With 11:40 to go in the First United Bank and Trust third quarter. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Temple in the blue jerseys, white numerals, blue front, white back pants, and the blue helmet tonight. And Samari Howard gets the handoff on the left side. He'll gain about a yard, maybe 2, depending on the spot, right at the 20-yard line before he is knocked off his feet. It'll be 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Wildcats.
Samari Howard, number 8 on
This is a huge, I hate to say it, but this is a huge drive. They've got
I think you have to come away with points on this one. You're right. 2nd down and 8, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Cats go left to right. Snap back. They'll throw the button hook over to Allen, and he is pushed out of bounds immediately and all the way to the track that time. Goes Allen. As coming over is Sungu with the stop. And it'll be 3rd down and about 3 for the Cats. Running tempo now, 3-man front for the Warriors in the silver and black, and a handoff to Howard, and he hits the line of scrimmage and is flung backwards. Nothing doing there, and it'll be 4th down and 3, and the Warriors are starting to feel it a little bit on the defensive side, Art.
Yeah, the defensive front, at least the first few plays here, definitely not the movement of the ball in the running game as you were seeing in that first half.
So now 4th down, and the Cats will have to punt this ball back to the Warriors. As Wagaman will come in on 4th and 3. 10 men on the line of scrimmage for Arlington Martin, and here they come. He'll get the ball off, and it'll send Robinson back over his head, and it'll drift inside the 10 to the 5, and it'll be down at the 5-yard line. Wagaman with a 70-yard punt, and he flipped the field for the Temple Wildcats, and see if the defense can take advantage of the field position now.
You know, they need either a 3 and out or they need to create a turnover. I mean, they at this point of the game, and look, I know there's plenty of football left, but they need to get some short fields, get their offense opportunities to score quick.
Here comes the Warriors offense, up 33-15 in the white jersey, black numeral, gray pants, silver helmet, black logo on both sides. And
Officials timeout.
And
is Arlington Martin called timeout?
Did they call it timeout?
No, the officials called
official timeout.
Well, you know, based on the game, and of course, Coach Art gave us some stats about that first half, underproduction of the Arlington Martin offense. So far in this game, where I'm least concerned for the Wildcats when Arlington Martin's offense is on the field. So that hasn't been it. Scared to say anything because I'm
jinx it.
Yeah, jinx it.
You started this whole mess.
Yeah, I sure did. I did. Guilty, man. You got me. I couldn't have gone on more about special teams before the game started.
Hugh on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Stewart Gear, and the official timeout is for guess what? The chain gain again. They are having a difficult night with the chain gain right now.
You know that I can't remember what movie it was, but it was Brother Can't Get Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's who the chain gang is tonight. Brother Can't Get Right, because they can't get right no matter what.
You're looking to have a backyard party and you'd want to add to it, Texas Tour Gear can. They can rent you the big giant screen that you can show the game on, and they can also get you lights and sounds where you can have a little party after the game. Check them out at TexasTourGear.com in Belton across from Chef's Barbecue. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Warriors once they get the chain picked on the far sideline. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Zach Mundell. Warriors on their first possession of the second half. He's back in the end zone now. He'll try to get out, and he has the far sidelines with plenty of real estate. Out to the 20, to the 30, up the sidelines he goes. Midfield, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Warriors.
It's all coming back. multiple flags on the play.
There is flags all over the field back there. Good call, Q. Laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners, and everybody walking back. This looks like it's going to go against Arlington Martin. I'm not sure he didn't step out on the far sideline either in the same process, but nonetheless, a block in the back maybe?
Yeah. No, there was a Martin player that was giving Marshall Grays the business, literally. I mean, just around the 50-yard line, maybe the 45, was all over him. It was so blatantly obvious. Then there was another play, like you said, he might have ran out of bounds. I'm not sure on the sideline, but I know the one play was a block in the back right around the 40.
And the official is screaming at the chain gang, stay right where you're at, please.
Personal foul. Blindside block. Number 2.
The blindside block, a new rule coming in this season,
Results in a
called
first down.
against Arlington Martin. That is a spot foul, so I'm not real sure where they're going to mark that from. They're going to pull the chains out to the 21-yard line, I think. Yeah. It'll be a first down, but the blindside block had to happen around, I guess, just around the 40-yard line where you called it, Q.
Yeah, that's where it was. It was, like I said, it was against whoever it was really doing it to Marshall Grays, man. They hit him hard. It was obvious.
So it'll be first and 10 at the 21-yard line. Split receiver to the far side, one to the near side. That's Robinson. They'll put him in motion, and they'll run the pitch right up the middle, and Ford has some room before he is knocked off his feet. And coming in and making the stop that time for the Wildcat. I believe that was Taylor in on the stop. It'll be second down and 3 after the 7-yard gain that time by Barrow.
But you did see a little bit of Mundell's leg in that play that he broke down and brought it back. Wildcats actually have a spying him with York.
Two receivers. I'm sorry, Art. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Mundell. And they'll fake the handoff, looking downfield. All kinds of pressure. Somehow he almost escapes, but not quite. As coming in, York makes the stop. The sophomore linebacker will drop him right at the line of scrimmage. And there's that spy you said. And it'll be third down and 4 coming up.
Yeah, and the other thing with Arlington Martin, and we mentioned in the first half, they use a lot of the play clock. I mean, they line up, and then they're looking at the sidelines, and I rarely see them snap the ball with more than 10 seconds. They're down to 6-7 seconds when they snap that ball.
Third down and 4, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. They go right to left. Cats showing blitz, and here they come, and it's picked up by the Warriors. You'll throw it down the sidelines, and back shoulder fade is incomplete. Trying to get it to Ford on the far sidelines. Pretty good coverage that time by the Cats.
Well, these cornerbacks for the Cats are actually having a pretty good night on coverage. Keon Williams and Carlton Mack actually had a big write-up on them in the Temple Daily Telegram today about those two guys, the job they're doing it.
So Mundell will drop back and at least be in punt formation, and Howard will stand at the 40-yard line for the Cats. Lots of movement on the punt still. They're not afraid to move people around on any play, anytime. Mundell will drop only 8 yards back. And now he puts the man in motion. And it's the fake punt to the near side. Coming on the near side is Barrow. He catches the corner, gets to midfield, slows down, and is knocked out of bounds by Samari Howard, but not before he picked up 37 yards and a first down for the Martin Warriors.
Did it just feel like that was happening? That was not even a surprise?
Wow. They followed the man in motion across the formation and then went inside of him, and that made the lane for Barrow to pick up the 37 yards and a first down.
A very simple but witty play to pull that defense in, and then, my gosh, it looked like he could run for miles, didn't he?
3 receivers to the near side, nobody on the far side, 1 back in the backfield, and Mundell will give it to Barrow right up the middle, weaves his way inside the 35 to the 33-yard line. A pickup of 5 on that play. It'll be second down and 5 coming up for the Warriors. And to me, Q, you can tell me if I'm wrong, it still looks like that sidelines is a little bit shell-shocked here in the third quarter.
No doubt. From the coaching staff to the players, everyone's kind of just almost like hypnotized.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 back in the backfield. That's Barrow, Mundell in shotgun formation. Second down and 5, and he'll fake the handoff, looking downfield, still looking, has a receiver on the near side, wide open. It's caught, sidestep, inside the 10, dragging inside the 5 to the 3-yard line, a pickup of 24 yards on the pitch and catch that time from Mundell to Ford, and it'll be first and goal to go for this Warrior offense.
Now that was offensive play right there. That was that ball, well-thrown ball, good route to his top receiver, Sid Ford. We haven't seen a whole what the Wildcats don't need to have happen is for the Arlington Martin offense to get in their rhythm.
Now they'll send 2 receivers to both sides of the formation on first and goal to goal. Empty backfield for Mundell, and he'll roll to the near side of the field, throw it right to the corner at the pylon, incomplete. In and out of the hands of the intended receiver that time, side Ford. It'll be second down and goal to go for this offense.
Yeah, if any way the Cats here could hold the Warriors and keep this to a field goal is a big win.
They need a turnover. That's what they need. They need to find a way to stop the bleeding, because right now it's a big wound. That kick return to start the third quarter, that was the one that opened up the wound. Now they need to find a way to seal that thing up.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 back in the backfield. Mundell underneath center. There's 2 backs, a true I formation now. They'll turn and pitch to Barrow. Barrow jumps up to catch it, weaves his way, and is stood up at the 4-yard line. He'll lose a yard, and that is Torres on the stop for the Wildcats. It'll be third down and goal to go.
Just a great sliding down the line by Torres to be there. So when Barrow made that cut back, wow, there was Torres there to just nail it.
Third and goal to go. 2 receivers near side, 1 back by himself, and that's Barrow. He'll get the pitch, and it's a reverse to Ford. He's looking to throw the ball on the backside of the end zone, and it is caught for the touchdown.
Well, Q, I think that's the play right there where the Wildcats had the opportunity for the turnover.
Yeah,
that was it. Could have been an interception ball right there.
Sure could have.
And it would have been pick 6.
No doubt.
You make that interception, it's 105 yards for a touchdown the other direction.
Forward to Pinella for the touchdown, and the PAT up and coming, 39-15 with the extra point. As they now will direct snap it back, and now flags fly. Laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners, and that's going to be illegal procedure against the Warriors as they ran
Ball
the
start,
kicker out.
Number 9 of the
to
offense.
try to get in place,
5-yard
and
penalty. Replay the
did
try.
not quite get set. So we'll see if they'll go back to the traditional PAT now.
Yeah, the traditional PAT after they mull around a little bit to make you think it's not going to be a traditional PAT.
Anything is but traditional for this Warrior special teams and offense. So they'll come back out again, and that is Tavino, and he's wandering around behind center. If he drops down to a knee, time he does. Snap back, and the kick is up, and it is good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, it is Arlington Martin 40, Temple 15. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Hey fans, this year Johnson Brothers Ford is celebrating 38 years of serving Central Texas and another great season sponsoring the Temple High School Wildcats. We love watching that blue front, white back magic on the field, and we're proud to join our community as we cheer on the Cats together. Good luck to all the players, coaches, parents, and fans. Let's make it happen in 2020.
Johnson Brothers, making it happen.
Go Cats!
Welcome back to Temple Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Your boy Q, Alan Roark, Art Coley, Ward Wentz, 40-15. Arlington Martin with the lead as they'll onside kick this one, and everybody bailing, and they had a chance. Nobody was watching for the onside kick, And that one just bounced off the hands of Cal Robinson. Martin was almost ready to put this one to bed in the third quarter.
Well, I mean, it's 40-15 right now. I understand why Temple, maybe I was one of those sleeping too. I understand why Temple wasn't looking for the onside kick. It's been an explosive quarter, and there's a flag on the far side of the field as well. Legal contact or
illegal kick out of bounds.
Yep.
Be 5 yards added from the spot the ball
5
went out of
yards
bounds.
added. That'll put
First
them at
down.
the 46-yard line, or 47-yard line, I think. Make it the 48-yard line. First and 10.
Excellent field position.
Good field position. Now you got to do something with it, right?
Yes. Go put it in.
Yeah, plus you got to feel a little disrespect if they just tried the onside kick. You got to
You're right
have a
about
little bit of
that.
pride there.
So first and 10 for the Cats in the blue and white, going left to right. Down 40-15. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Arizmendi. Howard to his left, and he'll get the carry. Pauses and gets to midfield to pick up the 2. Second down and 8 coming up. Once again, Ernest Cooper on the stop for the Warriors.
Shamari Howard, number 8 on the crew.
6:22 and counting here in the First United Bank and Trust third quarter. Cats playing catch up here in the third quarter. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Shotgun formation. Here's Mende takes it, look downfield, looking, still looking. Has a receiver caught at the 40, 35, weaves his way inside the 30 to the 25. That's Harrison Pilot with a big pickup that time for the Cats. A pickup of 26 yards, and it'll be a Las Vegas Jewelers first down for the Cats at the 25-yard line.
Great throw and catch. Arizmendi to Pilot. Keep it moving.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, and Arizmendi decides to pull that one, and he'll pay the price that time. Is coming in on his blitz, the middle linebacker, Demario Shorten. They'll drop him. They might give him forward progress to the line of scrimmage. At the 1-yard loss. Second down and 11 coming up for the Cats.
I'm not for sure if that was a bad read on Arizmendi's part. It looked like he made the wrong read. He should have pitched.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 3-step drop, looking for the slant route again, and it's in and out of the hands of Luke Allen. And now all of a sudden you're looking at 3rd and 11 for this Cats offense, who had just a little bit of momentum.
It's 4-down territory. It's got to be.
I think it's 4 down the rest of the night.
I agree. Like I said, you got to take that a little personal, that onside kick, and I'm showing some of that Wildcat pride if I'm on the field right now.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. On 3rd down and 11, they'll put Howard to the short side of the field in motion. 3-step drop, looking down the sidelines. Now he throw it down the middle and in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Luke Allen. And that should be taunting. And it is going to be taunting against Arlington Martin as he stood over the top of Luke Allen after dislodging that football. That was Jonathan Okay.
No, that isn't just taunting.
No.
That is a targeting hit.
Yeah.
He should be thrown out of the game on that hit. That is, in high school, this is a pet peeve of mine. They're terrible about calling those.
Yeah. No, Coach
And I
Stewart.
couldn't tell if he dislodged it.
That is absolutely, he's out of the game. Send him to the locker.
Yeah, Coach Stewart ran out onto the field, and he was very adamant. And then Luke Allen just came over to him, and Coach Stewart is still, you see him, he's out there by the numbers. He's ready to give the officials the business if he don't get thrown
There
out.
is no discussion needed on this, and I am fired up right now over this even any hesitation if this is anything less targeting. And I don't care who that is, whether it's a Wildcat player or Martin.
Right.
That's not what this game is about.
That was dirty and foul.
So that is going to be 15 yards either way. I don't know which one they're going to call it. Unsportsmanlike taunting or the targeting. And I have to agree, looking at the replay here at Wildcat Stadium, that probably should be targeting.
No doubt.
It's calculated. It is. I mean, he reared up, and I mean it was intended to.
Personal foul. Non-flagrant targeting. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
So it is a targeting, but it's a non-flagrant target.
Yeah,
and Coach Stewart is not happy. So non-flagrant means he gets to stay in the ball game.
Yeah, that is so. I mean, the word I want to say right now is not one that I can say. My grandmother, God rest her soul, would be not happy at all with. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcat inside the State Farm Insurance red zone. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Here's Mende. will take the snap, looking downfield, throws to the corner of the end zone, has Pilot. He makes the catch, but they say he's out of bounds. And the coaching staff is not happy about that call either. Boy, that was close to the sidelines.
Oh, he rode him all the way out of bounds. You can look at the replay.
As not being able to come down with it was Pilot. Pretty good place ball that time. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Ball sits on the left hash inside the State Farm Insurance red zone. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Here's Mendez, shotgun formation. He'll take the snap, hand it off to Howard. Howard gets inside the 10, makes his feet get him to about the 9-yard line, so a pickup of 6. Now they'll give him 5 officially. 3rd down and 5 now for the Cats. They can get a first down without getting in the end zone, but the Cats need to find pay dirt here. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation. Here's Mendez, takes it, and this time he keeps it, trying to force his way inside the 5-yard line and not quite able to get it. Now they blow the whistle just short. It'll be at the 6-yard line. So now it'll be 4th down and about 2 coming up for the Wildcats. I think you still have to go for it here.
There's no doubt about it. And especially with the last few plays that have happened, there's absolutely no doubt that the Wildcats are going for it, bringing in the jumbo package.
So now McVade will check into the ball game for the Wildcats. And there's Mendez limping toward the sideline.
Yeah, he got a little banged up on that for there.
Howard
looks like Howard will be in at quarterback and McVade at running back. 2 receivers to the far side. Double tight to the near side. 2 tight ends in the formation. 4th down and 3 for the Cats, and now a called timeout from Coach Stewart as he made his way all the way down to the 10-yard line.
First timeout of the
and
half.
Calls the timeout. We'll take it with him. 3:55 to go in the First United Bank and Trust 3rd quarter. Your score, Martin 40, Temple 15. Wildcat football continues in 30 seconds on Fox Sports Central Texas. And welcome back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Art Coley, Alan Rourke, your boy Q. We're going along with you. Steven Simcox producing, and the Cats trying to take advantage of a targeting call. Now have 4th down and 3. And they sent the offense out there.
A gutless target call. They didn't call the one they should have called. And Coach Stewart still talking about it.
Yeah,
right here.
He's not real happy about probably that call and maybe another one that happened after that, the touchdown that didn't happen. 2 plays in this drive alone.
He's
talking about the targeting.
Yeah, absolutely. He was not happy about that, as nobody was.
Well, if you love this game, you shouldn't be happy about that.
You're right.
That's it. That's the problem.
You're right.
Dangerous.
4th down and 3 for the Cats. Samari Howard in at quarterback. 2 receivers to the far side. Now they flip the formation to the wide side of the field. Howard takes a snap, looking for the edge, gets a crease, leans forward. It's going to be close. I think he's going to be a half-yard short, depending on the spot.
It looked like he's a little short.
Temple's already sending the defense out. They see it too. He just couldn't quite catch the edge there. They funneled him back inside, and it'll be turnover on downs right at the 5-yard line, and that's where the Warriors will take over, leading 40-15. So the Cats come away empty-handed on that drive. Well, this defense somehow needs to get a 3 and out and at least keep the field position in the Cats' favor. Warriors will be running out of the shadows of their goalpost on 1st and 10. Ball on the 4-yard line. 40-15. Warriors with the lead here with 3:48 to go in the First United Bank and Trust 3rd quarter. 2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. They'll put a man in motion and move him to a slot on the near side. And they'll roll to the near side, throwing into that soft zone on the wheel route, caught, and up to midfield goes the receiver. That is Angel Medina, and he'll get right at the midfield stripe at the 40 before he is dropped down by Carlton Mack. A 47-yard first down play for the Warriors, and they're out of trouble immediately.
And just like that, Mundell drops that ball. He placed that perfectly between the two Wildcat defenders that you talked about being in the zone coverage. And then the receiver made it. Well, he didn't have to do anything too fancy except just turn around and start running.
Just that easy wheel route that we've been talking about, Q.
Yeah, it was. And it was, Art said it was a perfect, he just dropped it in the bucket. Good pass, good catch, and little wiggle afterwards, and they're out of trouble again.
Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side for the Martin Warriors on 1st and 10. One back in the backfield with Mundell, and he'll hand it to Barrow. Barrow being tracked down from behind. Somehow he gets out of trouble. Cody Little had him wrapped up, and then coming in to clean it up was Shorter, and it'll be a loss of 2. 2nd down and 12 coming up for the Warriors. Ball marked right at midfield on the right hat. Martin in the white jersey, black numeral, gray pants, silver helmet, black outlines. And the Cats in the blue jerseys tonight, white numerals, blue front, white back pants, of course. And the blue helmet with the white face mask and white tee on both sides. 2nd down and 12 coming up for the Warriors. Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side. Shotgun formation. Again, using all of that play clock. And he'll snap it with 1 second. Looking downfield, looking, has all day. Now rolls to the short side of the field, throws it across his body, and it is caught going out of bounds, but I believe he was too far out.
Incomplete.
Oh, excuse me, incomplete to Askey. And it'll be 3rd down and 12 coming up.
I'll tell you what, Ward, the far side of the field, that sideline, it looks really dark.
I can't. Once you
Like,
get
I
past
lost
the
the ball
numbers,
for a
I'll
minute.
lose it.
Yeah, I lost the ball for a minute, and then only until I saw it rolling is when I realized that he didn't catch it.
So it'll be 3rd down and 12 coming up.
Well, one thing that on that last play, Mundell had ages of time in the back to look downfield and pick the second part.
Empty backfield. Now they'll put Burrow in motion and fake the handoff to him. Mundell has all kinds of room up the middle, steps out of a tackle, and gets to the 34-yard line. 13 yards on the carry from the quarterback right up the middle, and he moves the chains for Martin.
And Mundell, he's a pretty small package, 5'9", 165 pounds. He's a senior. He's committed to Army, so he better be able to run if he's going to be playing for the Army group up there in their triple option. Is that right?
Yeah, they like to run that triple option. Now they'll slow it down again. Get the sign from the sidelines. 140 and counting here in the First United Bank and Trust third quarter. 40-15. Martin with the lead and the football. Snap back, and they'll hand the ball off. Here comes Laundry on the field. That's going to be holding. And they'll bring this one back. On the carry that time was DK Smittick. And Smittick
holding
picks up positive yardage, but it's all coming back.
10-yard penalty.
Somehow this
from the
defense
previous
has to
spot.
find a way to get off the
Replay
field right
first
now.
down.
Right now, though, the defense is like a step behind, a little bit slow. I'm telling you, a lot of the air came out of their wind, man, or a lot of wind came out of their sails when they had that kickoff return. That was one of those that it happened so quick, and it was like you get shell shocked. So this sideline really didn't have a lot of energy until that terrible non-targeting or not correct targeting call was made. That fired them up. Same, that energy.
So it'll be first down, and the chain game's trying to get set because they moved again.
Well, if Coach Stewart and his staff have been lacking for things to really focus on the first 2-week games, they're going to have plenty to talk about tomorrow. Regardless of how the game turns out, there's just a lot to go to work on, and maybe that's good timing with district starting next week.
First and 20 at the 44-yard line for the Martin Warriors. Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side, and a slot back. One back in the backfield, and he'll fake the handoff, runs the out route to that soft zone again. It's complete, and he'll step out of bounds right at the 40-yard line. That's Askey on the reception, and it will be a gain of about maybe 5. So second down and 15 now coming up for the Warriors. You could see that it's starting to take a toll on this Temple defense. There's a lot of hands on hips right now, starting to look for air.
I'm doing the same thing on the sideline.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, 1 back in the backfield. And he'll turn and keep it himself. No, he hands it off and just barreling his way back to the original line of scrimmage, +1. 6 on the carry by Schmidt. And it'll be 3rd down and 9 coming up now. Cody Little checks back into the ball game for the Wildcats. See if the Cats can get off the field here. If they hold them here, you may see a long field goal attempt because certainly think Davidson has the leg for it. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 3rd down and 9. Mundell checks back to the sideline, 1 back in the backfield with him. And he'll fake the handoff. Now he'll dance around, and somehow he gets out of it, but then finally tripped up just past the line of scrimmage. And coming in and making the play that time, York. And it'll be 4th down and 9, and either a field goal or a 4th down play coming from the Martin Warriors when we go to the 4th quarter. Thanks to First United Bank and Trust, bringing you the 3rd quarter. Your score, Arlington Martin 40, Temple 15. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
The home teams who provide a personalized game plan that gets you back to doing what you love. Learn more at bswhealth.com/Temple Sports.
Housing in Texas is booming. The Temple Belt is one of the fastest growing areas in the state. Are you looking for a new home? Let me recommend. Howdy, I'm Bradley Shepard, Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate, City, proud. I'd be happy to help you find your first home or your next. Call or text today and let's get moving. 255-2731. That's 255-441-2731.
Welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Ward White's Art Cooley, Alan Rorick, and your boy Q here at Wildcat Stadium. And Steven Simcock producing back in the Fox Sports studios. We move to the Texas Home Health Hospice 4th quarter where the Cats trail 40-15 to Arlington Martin on a 4th down and 9 play coming up. We flip the field, and now the Warriors going left to right in the silver and black. Heading toward the new Jumbotron on the west end. And here comes the long field goal from Davidson.
You think? My man is surveying the scene first.
Does that seem like the same spot from the last?
It just be another 39-yard field goal, exact same spot, maybe just a little closer on the hash, and it is good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Arlington Martin 43, Temple 15. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas. And welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Your new score 43-15 in favor of Arlington Martin. Davidson getting ready to kick this one off, brought to you by Sports World. Warren White's Art Coley, Alan Rorick, your boy Q, along with you. Steven Simcock's back in the studios, producing as always. And this will come down inside the 10 out to the 15 and slung down at the 20-yard line on the return that time for the Wildcats. Coming up and picking up about 15 yards, Jonah Walker. And so now it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Ball on the left hash. They go right to left here in the Texas Home Health Hospice fourth quarter, trailing 43-15.
Looks like Pilot may be in at quarterback. Remember, Arizmendi was got hurt a little bit there earlier in the game in this quarter.
He just ran to go get his helmet.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. And Pilot in at shotgun. Howard to his right. And he'll give it to Samari out to the side, the 25 to the 26-yard line. A pickup of about 7. 2nd down and 3 coming up for the Cats. Coming in and making the tackle, Ernest Cooper for the Martin Warriors. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. And Pilot once again in shotgun. He'll take the snap and give it to Howard, who's slung down in the backfield. And they had the blitz on that time, ran right into it. Travell Johnson with the stop for the Warriors, and that'll drop them all the way back. It'll be 3rd down and 8 coming up for the Wildcats.
I don't think this is a bad move, getting Pilot in there, getting him some snaps at quarterback. He certainly is going to bring more legs to that position than Arizmendi, who brings more of the arm to the quarterback role. So not a bad opportunity here for Pilot to get some of those snaps.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Here comes the blitz, and Pilot being flushed to the near side. He's going to pull it down and try to run it himself. He dives across the 25 to the 27-yard line. It'll be a gain of about 5. 4th down and 3 coming up, and they'll send the punting unit back out. And I have to agree with you, just going back to the way this second half started, it's just kind of left the Temple Wildcats completely in disarray.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Snap back to Wagaman. Here they bring the house, and that was almost taken off the top of his foot. Fair catch made at the 45-yard line. And so that's where the Warriors will take over after a Wagaman 29-yard punt. It'll be 1st and 10, Arlington Martin, with 10:14 to go in the Texas Home Health Hospice fourth quarter. 43-15 your score in favor of Martin.
That wasn't as easy as Wagaman made that look, getting that kickoff.
It was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, and still got a good kick, relatively speaking, for being that pressured back there and almost blocked.
So 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation for Mundell. We'll go to Steven Simcox here in just a few minutes and get a scoreboard update from around the area in the district. Handoff to Robinson, tried the end around, and he'll pick up only 2 before he is dropped. And on the stop, that time, Taylor. And one of the Wildcats was down.
Grays.
He makes his way to the sideline, Marshall Grays. He didn't stay down long, but he's got something going on. We'll check on him here in just a little bit. It'll be 2nd down and about 8 after the 2-yard gain. And Arlington Martin in no type of hurry now. Thought they were taking their time earlier. They will certainly be taking their time now.
2nd and 8 for the Warriors. 146.
Shotgun formation. And that's going to be illegal procedure on the far side as Robinson got a little bit of a jump start.
Number 2 of the offense. 5-yard
so now,
replay 2nd down.
Instead of 2nd down and 8, you're looking at 2nd down and 13.
So where do you go if you're the Wildcats here? You're 15-43. You're a week away. Districts, technically none of this stuff counts, right? I mean, we know it does in terms of preparation and how well you play, but next week things start counting.
Right.
Wins and losses mean something, for playoffs. We'll discuss more.
2 receivers to the far side, shotgun formation for Mundell. And Barrow in the backfield with him, and another illegal procedure coming.
Ball start, number 77 of the offense.
The offense. And so just push them back a little bit more.
Cat's got something going here.
down.
Guys,
down and 18 now.
I'll give you a little update from the sideline from after this play.
All right. 2nd down and 18 coming up. As the play clock already halfway melted away. 2 receivers to the far side. 2 receivers to the near side. He'll fake the handoff. Now he'll step up and run it himself, and he'll be tracked down from behind. Coming up and making the play that time for the Cats once again was Taylor. And it'll be 3rd down and about 16 to go. Hugh?
When Marshall Graves was trying to make his way over to the tent, don't want to speculate on any kind of injury or anything. The trainers were trying to help him off. Obviously, he was in pain. Samari Howard, man, I can't stop singing his praises, man. He jumped up off the bench and said, I got him, I got him, I got him. And, put his arm around him and helped him get to the tent. I just thought that was really a sign of leadership from Samari, who, he's a Wildcat through and through, and he does the right things. And Coach Stewart talked to me about him at halftime, and I just thought that was real cool, the way he just jumped up off the bench and made sure that he got his guy, his teammate, to the
timeout.
Hugh on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear, and a timeout taken on the field. We'll take it with them. 8:24 remaining in the Texas Home Health Hospice 4th quarter. Your score, Arlington Martin 43, Temple 15. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
For over 20.
Welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Stephen Simcox producing, back in the studios. Your boy Q on the sidelines. Fort White's Art Coley, Alan Rourke in the booth. On 3rd down and about 16 to go. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for the Martin Warriors. Mundell in shotgun. Checks back to the sidelines after the timeout, and that probably be close to delay a game. He got the play off, but just barely. Somehow steps out of a tackle and still on his feet outside the 45 to the 47-yard line. He picked up about 10, and now a late flag comes flying in. And this is going to be a gift from the Wildcat.
There's a lot of extracurricular going on right now. No love lost between these two.
So it would have been, it would have been 4th down and about 7 after that gain from the quarterback. But I believe the extracurricular is going to go against the Temple Wildcats and give them a 1st down. Get the call from the official.
We have multiple fouls.
Uh-oh.
Dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 2, White. Dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 4, Blue.
Those penalties are offset. 2 dead ball personal fouls, unsportsmanlike conduct, 1 against the Warriors and 1 against the Wildcat. Once again, those offset, and so it will be 4th down and a long 8 coming up for the Warriors. And they'll send the punting unit out. Well, at least they'll line up in punt formation.
Right.
Special teams have been
the name of the game.
A bit spotty for the Wildcats tonight.
Yeah. Name of the game, really.
Mundell, the quarterback, is the punter. He backs up a little bit, puts a man in motion, and that's going to be illegal procedure or a timeout called.
Delay a game.
No, delay a game, excuse me.
On the offense.
Boy, and really when they put him in motion, I get the reasoning why that Javian Tovain is in motion on that. You want to try to give him a little bit of a running start, but it sure looks like that he peels back toward the line of the scrimmage a little bit early every time.
Well, Marshall Gray's checking out with the injury. 21 Zion Moore, a sophomore defensive back, is filling his spot, and those aren't small shoes to those are big shoes to fill.
Absolutely. So now Mundell will drop back on 4th and 12 to try to punt this football away. Low snap. He'll put his foot into it, and it will land at the 15 and picked up out back to the 15. A little kind of a risky catch and run that time by the Wildcat. And coming across after a 41-yard punt, a 5-yard return. And on the return that time for the Cats is going to be Taylor. And so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Cats with 7:07 to go in the Texas Home Health Hospice fourth quarter. Cats trail it 43-15 here.
We're going to see another series with Pilot in here, the quarterback. Maybe that's the plan for the rest of the game.
1st and 10, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Pilot takes it out of the belly of Howard and gets out to the 25-yard line. A pickup of about 6. It'll be 2nd down and 4 coming up for the Cats. In on the stop that time was Johnson.
Little read option there by Pilot. He did the right thing, did not release the ball, kept it, and picked up a few yards.
2 receivers to the near side. This time he gives it to Howard, looking for that crease, and it's not quite there. The door was closed quickly as soon as he crossed the line of scrimmage on the left-hand side. Coming across, Johnson on the stop once again for the Warriors. It'll be enough on the carry for the Las Vegas Jewelers first down for the Cat, down to the 29-yard line. 6:32 and counting. 43-15 the score in favor of the Warriors. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation again for Pilot. He'll take the snap. Looking back, now throws it backside, and miscommunication that time. The intended receiver on the near side was Jonah Walker, but he never turned and looked for the football.
Sorry, I'll look for it. I got it.
Did you make the catch?
No. I'm just going to get it just because it's been 3 games in a row now. I've been here on the ball.
All right, there you go.
Nice job, Q.
Hey, man, look, I'm here for something.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Pilot in shotgun formation. Quick count. Hands it off to Howard. He gets hit at the line of scrimmage and nothing doing. First in there was Ernest Cooper, and then there to clean it up was Shorten. And it will be now 3rd down and 9 coming for the Wildcats. And Wildcats just had a hard time sledding here in the second half.
Yeah, the run game was cooking early, and then it just kind of went away from it, and things got a little bit out of control. Special teams plays went awry for them, and just really could never get back on track. So it's just one of those learning experiences, man. That's what non-district games are about. You learn about yourself.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation, 3rd down and 9. Howard gets it again, has a crease this time, out to the 40, gets to midfield, down to the 40, down to the 30, 25, and knocked out of bounds at the 20-yard line. Samari Howard with a big run gets them into the State Farm Insurance red zone. Mitchell Davis and Tyler Jermstead, 57 yards, and the Cats in business.
Just a nice leave by Pilot and a wide open hole. I don't even think Howard got touched until he was tackled on the 20.
Split receiver to the near side, 1 to the far side. He'll put Howard in motion to the near side, looking down for the sideline throw, and it's not there, and Pilot will be sacked. If he threw it just a second earlier, he might have been able to get him leaking out of the backfield. Held on to it too long and takes the sack. It'll be 2nd down and 15.
And that's just the inexperience of Pilot at the quarterback position. No, like you said, he let go of it just a second earlier. Probably would have had something going, but just the inexperience kicking in there.
McVade in the backfield now with Pilot. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side on 2nd and 20, a little bit more of a loss. And this time he'll give it to McVade, who pauses for just a second and then tries to force his way down. He'll get 4 yards on the carry. Coming up and making the play that time is O'Kate. It'll be 3rd down and 13 coming up for the Cat. McVade looks a little bit shaken up now.
On the stop was Jonathan O'Keefe.
You know those
Demario Shorten.
but the gifts that are always in the press box for us when we get here.
Uh-huh.
I think his might have got crumbled.
2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Shotgun formation. McVade to his right, and he'll fake the handoff, looking down the sidelines, throws it, and it is almost intercepted. Tried to throw the back shoulder fade, just didn't have enough air under that one that time, Art.
Yeah, well, that play right there with Pilot shows the difference between his arm and Arizmendi. I mean, that's a clear example. Not enough air in it. It was lucky. I mean, very lucky the ball was. It should have been intercepted. And that's why I'm liking Pilot getting some snaps here in the second half. And of course, seeing probably one of the toughest defenses you'll ever see all season against Arlington Martin. So that's a good experience for him.
A 39-yard attempt for Wagaman coming up out of the hold of Howard. Movement up front. Ball is back. Kick is up, and it is no good. But they may have another shot at this with 5-yard cushion. I think Arlington Martin was offside. I think.
Offside, number 21 of the defense. The 5-yard penalty.
Ward, you nailed that.
So it will be another opportunity for Wagaman, and just move him up 5 and see if he can have another chip shot at it.
There you go.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said I'm not going to say anything about special teams. I'm done.
You already did it, man. You can't take it back now. You already started it.
I didn't take it back. I just said I'm not saying anything.
Well, it's too late now.
Hey, all right, let's talk about it a little bit. Let's talk about
Once
it.
you open up the box, you can't close it back up and act like it didn't happen.
Samari Howard in for the hold. This time a 34-yard field goal. Snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Arlington Martin 43, the Temple Wildcats 18. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Hey fans, this year Johnson Brothers.
At Grande, we continue to invest millions in our fiber-rich network so you can have the most reliable connections when you need them most. These connections inspire our greatest passions in life. And as you follow your dreams, we're here for you every step of the way, 24/7, with our award-winning customer service. Until one day, you become...
Welcome back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Cats get on the board 43-18 on the Wagaman 34-yard field goal. Took 8 plays to travel 64 yards. Capped off with that 34-yard kick. 3:05 off the clock, making your score 43-18 in favor of the Warriors. Scoring summary brought to you by McGuire Tires.
So next week, gentlemen, we will not get to enjoy this nice stadium's a little different story over at Cove.
Yes.
A little bit different.
We'll be on the visitor side, yeah.
Little different situation, but that's where we'll be next Friday night.
The Wagaman with the short, high outside kick, and it's on the ground. The Cats have a chance at it. It's still on the ground, and the Cats cannot come up with it. I think they gave it back to Martin after they had 3 shots at it. And we'll check and see what the call is from the official. But it looks like Arlington Martin is going to come up and hold on to that football, and they do. Missed opportunity again on special teams for the Temple Wildcats. And I know what you were going to say. Maybe that was just
story
apropos for what was going on with the special teams.
Yes.
Had 3 or 4 shots, Q, to pick that ball up.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally right in front of me, and they just weren't able to come up.
Oh, my.
But it was the flag thrown immediately anyway, as soon as the ball was kicked. I'm assuming that somebody was offside.
Well, they're looking at marking it off against Mark. You know what? And if it is against Arlington Martin, if you're Temple, why don't you pick that again and try it again? And what do you have to lose, 43-18?
Well, I'm with you.
But the flag is back.
I'm a little baffled on where the
40,
where the flag is thrown. Yeah.
But he's facing the wrong way if he's going to mark it off against the Wildcats.
That wouldn't be the first time that they were facing the wrong way.
Yeah, I was going to say, was that the ref down at Magnolia West last week?
Johnny's Cleaners brings you laundry on the field.
Hey, that dude's still looking for the exit still. He's still in Magnolia West. Riding that horse and didn't realize that horse wasn't real.
Well, I'll tell you, any of us that have played sports knows this feeling. You've been in this situation where you just, things are rolling along well for you in your season, and then you get something that comes along, and I'll use one of Coach Stewart's expressions, that hits you in the mouth, right? That just kind of catches your attention. And, not what the Wildcats wanted in front of their home fans here.
Mm-hmm.
First home game of the season. New screens, new scoreboards, monitors all throughout the press box, a lot of neat features. Just not what they wanted, especially after, such an amazing first 2 weeks of the season. But it's not the fact that it's happening tonight that is most important. What's most important is what happens after.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's where you go, and a hallmark of the Temple teams. I mean, if you take that 2014 team, that 2016 team, and all those years of those teams over these last few years that have gone very deep into the playoffs, what you've seen is a lot of character, a lot of young men taking these non-district tough battles and learning from that, using that to play better and do better things where it counts.
Number
the most
51 of the kicking
district
team.
and playoff.
5 yards would be added from the end of the kick. First
so
down.
he was confused, Q.
I'm telling you, I don't understand what the conference was for, though.
It's pretty simple.
Offside, I called that 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and he was trying to mark it off against Martin, and that's what Coach Wagger was saying. How are you going to give them 5 more yards when they were offside?
Well, I think he was trying to make up for his boneheaded targeted miss.
I just think it was just I don't know where they at.
So it will be 1st and 10 for the Warriors at the 30-yard line when all this is said and done. And you're right, Allie. Art, it is a situation where, look, sometimes you just have to take these, put it in a file, and maybe use that in your Rolodex later on in the season when you have to go back to it. A learning experience against a very good Arlington Martin team. And, you look at this team, and coming out of the district that they're going to be coming out of as they hand it off to the big back right up the middle, and that is Smitty. And he gets some pretty good yardage. But you've got Arlington Martin, Arlington High School is going to be very good. You've got Grand Prairie, Sam Houston, and Bowie in there. I mean, they're going to be fighting for a playoff spot, but whoever comes out of that district is going to be a very good football team.
Well, Arlington Martin, only a broken thumb by their quarterback against Duncanville in round 3 last year, the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That they may have won that game if that doesn't happen. But this team, Arlington Martin, they've got 4 alums that are playing right now in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. 2 receivers to the far side, and now they drop the football, and all kinds of confusion in the backfield, and that was side forward with the football, trying the double handoff in the backfield. That didn't work out so much. And it'll be 3rd down and 15 after the lost yardage.
You know what I really like about the Temple coaching staff? When the defense went back on the field, the coach went up to all the defenders and said, hey, we get better each and every play. We get better each and every play. Let's get out there and do us. So even with the score and the time ticking down like it is, they're still out there fighting and competing and just showing what that Wildcat pride means.
I was talking about the 4 players in the NFL. How many high schools in the country have 4 guys actively playing in the NFL? Probably not 10.
You would know more than me, but I would venture to say it's very, very few. Handoff right up the middle, nothing doing. It'll be 4th and 16 after the yard loss. Yeah, and they may be the only one with that many players active in the NFL.
I mean, if you probably those IMG academies and places like that where guys that are already top Division I, but that's the group that you would be thinking about that are in that league. And I'm just making a point, the fact that Arlington Martin, I mean, it's a 4,000 student high school, almost twice the size of Temple. Coach Wagger is a good coach. He's very established there. I mean, getting close to 200 wins. So, look, I know the Wildcats disappointed to see 43-18 on the board, especially when that 43 was a little different, right? Those points, there's
Yeah, you're exactly right. There's a punt that's going to take a big Arlington Martin bounce inside the 10-yard line, down to about the 6. Oh, let it roll on to the 5-yard line before it finally rolls to a stop. A 68-yard punt and no return, and that's where the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10. Yeah, you're talking about a kickoff return for a touchdown. Two kickoff returns for a touchdown, excuse me. A interception for a touchdown, and then a punt that was snapped over the head for a touchdown.
28 points.
And then all of a sudden, you also gave them the ball on the 1-yard line.
So the score across the state, people will see the score and say Temple took a whooping. And they're not completely wrong, because look, when you get beat by super special teams, that's part of it. That's part of the game. Right. You got to do that.
Pilot will hand it off right up the middle. I believe that's McFade on the carry. No, excuse me. That is not. In on the carry that time for the Wildcats is Jalen Robinson.
Number 25 on the carry.
He'll pick up 9, 2nd down and 2. But you're right, 35 points off special teams or turnovers is certainly something you've got to get cleaned up. Robinson gets a handoff again, bounces outside the 30, or outside the 20, excuse me, to about the 22-yard line. That's a Las Vegas Jewelers first down for the Cats, under a minute to go.
But you know, all 4 of us have been talking the first 2 weeks about how this doesn't seem like a team that's in their first or second week of the season.
Right.
Tonight, they now look like a team in their 3rd week of the season. I mean, this is what you kind of expect to see in the first game. This many special team mistakes and just careless error.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. They'll hand it off to Robinson again. He weaves his way outside the 30 before he is slung down. And he'll get another 10 yards, right? Las Vegas Jewelers first down as they move the chains on the far side. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Whistles blow and flags fly. Laundry on the field, brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners. This is going to be illegal procedure against the Cats. So instead of 1st and 10, it'll be 1st and 15. See Cat choose to do here. Imagine a couple more handoffs to be able to put this to bed. But you go back and look at the film tomorrow and learn from your mistakes. It gives you something to look at and maybe refocuses you going into district play. Not something that you want to do, but, and again, you're playing a pretty good football team, as you said, that was not very far away from knocking off the state champion.
We think it looks like tomorrow in the field house.
I don't want to be there.
False start on the offense. Under 1 minute. That results in a 10-second
Is this a field that you spend a whole lot of time on, really?
No, I think you really realize, and you know, a lot that you did wrong. And a lot of it we've been talking about is in special teams-wise. So you may take a quick look at it and say, okay, look, this is you getting out of your lane. This is you missing an assignment. I mean, it's simple stuff. It's not like it's real complex that, you know, why you're making a mistake. It's simple mistake. So I think you can work on it and clean it up, but I think they pretty much know what they did wrong tonight.
Pilot will take the snap, take the handoff, looking to go downfield, has a receiver wide open, caught at the 30, to the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Wildcats. On the Cats that time, Walker, and he takes it to the house for the Cats. A little bit of something to cheer about after a 68-yard pitch and catch.
There wasn't a little bit of something to celebrate. I had to get up off the field, man, because there was a blue stampede coming at me. I had to look out, or else I'd have been laying on the training table. They were very excited, and that's what I like. I like to see that even though they're down and they know what time it is, they know this is going to be a loss. They're cheering on their teammates. That's a sign of a team that has some leaders on it. It really does.
Wagaman in for the PAT, brought to you by Clem McCaskill. Snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is good. Touchdown brought to you by the folks over at Smile at the World Orthodontics, Dr. Josh Knowles, and that makes your new score for Wildcat Stadium. Martin 43, Temple 25. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
The nation's most loved.
Ready?
Welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas, presented by Baylor Scott & White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute. We'll get that McGuire Tire scoring summary after this kickoff from Wagaman, brought to you by Sports World. 43-25, your new score here at Wildcat Stadium. Martin in front of the Wildcats. Wagaman will pooch kick this one again, and it is caught by the Wildcats. And it depends on if it went 10 yards before he made the catch. I think it did.
Flags on the field.
Oh, great. Going to be against the Wildcats. Art, did you see that?
Definitely went 10 yards.
Oh, it did, but they're going to say he was not across the yard marker yet, and I think that's what they're going to try to throw the flag on. But a good time jump that time by Zion Moore to go up and get it. I think they're going to say he was not there. He was not across the 40-yard line.
No, they took it away. They waved it off.
Oh, there you go. So it should be Wildcat football. So the onside kick works for the Wildcats, and they'll have another shot at the end zone with 7 seconds to go in the ball game and make it a little more respectable.
Oh, I'm so glad we're finishing up the game with a good special teams play.
Yeah, man, you gonna keep that out your vocabulary, man.
Hey, Q, turn him off. Turn him off.
For real.
Scoring summary: 6 plays, 93 yards, took 93 yards, a 68-yard pitch and catch from Pilot to Walker, took 1:15 off the clock, making your score 43-25 in favor of Arlington Martin. Brought to you by McGuire Tires.
Well, if they score a touchdown on this play, I'll tell you right now, the scoring drive will be 7 seconds.
Thank you, Q. Captain Obvious.
Hey, man, someone's got to do it.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. And a prevent defense by Arlington Martin. Pilot, 3-step drop, throws it across the middle and dropped. Trying to get it into the hands that time of Walker again, just a little in route. Wasn't there.
Backing up to the big touchdown throw from Pilot to Walker.
Mm-hmm.
That, a lot of times that timing was just so nice with that well-run route and the pass by Pilot.
Pilot's going to keep it himself, try to find a crease. He does and gets inside the 30 before he is drugged down, and that is the end of the ball game. And your final score from Wildcat Stadium is Arlington Martin 43 and the Temple Wildcats 25. Hey, thanks to Texas Home Health Hospice bringing you the fourth quarter. Stay tuned. The Dynasty Chinese Restaurant postgame show is next on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Locker room haircut is a spot for.
We're clear, Gus.
Thank you.
Hey, Ward.
Yeah.
Oh, ways.
This is as far as I can go. Where am I?
Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. The Cats fall to Arlington Martin 43-25. This is the Dynasty Chinese Restaurant post-game show. Your boy Q on the sidelines, getting ready to talk, or on the field this time, getting ready to talk to Coach Stewart when he gets through addressing the team here in just a little bit. Art Coley and Alan Rourke along with me here in the booth. Steven Simcox producing back in the Fox Sports studios. Don't forget, coming up a little bit later on back at the M&M Broadcasting studios, it'll be the high school scoreboard show with Steven Simcox coming up, giving you scores from around the area as well. But the name of this one tonight for the Temple Wildcats, I think you have to look at special teams. They gave away 35 points, and when you give a team 35 points that's as good as Arlington Martin, you're going to have a hard time catching up.
Or better be scoring a lot of points, right? And they got the last little curb dressing touchdown there at the end on a nice pass from Pilot to Jonah Walker. But, yeah, you just not going to make it very far and do very well. Look, you know, the team had a really strong – this doesn't diminish those first 2 weeks. It doesn't diminish or take away some of the things that we've seen with this team and the talent that the Wildcats have. But they got a pretty good whooping tonight. I mean, there's a lot of mistakes here on this piece, a lot of things to work on. And as we were talking during the break, you know, this is a non-district game. The part of why Coach Stewart schedules a game like this is because you want to know how good you are.
Oh, sure.
I mean, you don't want to be asking questions and finding out these things. You know, in a critical district game, you want to prepare your team to know where really when we're put up against somebody like an Arlington Martin, just how well do we perform and execute? How well can we stick to our game plan and stay on track and perform? And tonight, it was not a very good grade in that category. But they're going to go to work.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, if you're going to play with the big boys, you need to play the big boys before you get to non-district play into postseason play because, you know, by then you have a game like this in by district and it's too late. You're going home for good. At least this week you can put something on film and you have something to look at and gives you an opportunity. Q's catching up with Coach Stewart on the field, brought to you by Locker Room Haircuts. Take it away, Q.
Coach dropped the game before district play, and this is what non-district games are about, learning about yourselves. We talked about special teams going into the locker room. It seems like that was kind of the name of the game tonight. Yeah. How much that feel like air came out of even start the third quarter? Back.
I don't. Right.
Right.
So our kids play hard, and they play till the end. And you know, I couldn't be more proud of a group of young men. We obviously have a lot of schematic stuff that we need to take a look at. We will grind on that. We will be better. Apologize to the community of Temple. We didn't put our best foot forward in special teams tonight, and that's on me. But, I mean, they're good. I mean, They got 5 D1 athletes on defense. We knew we weren't come out here and score half 100, but, you know, to put 25 up, that should be good enough to win in Temple, Texas, and it wasn't tonight.
Well, and that's why you schedule these tough games, to learn about yourself as well. Like I said, preparing yourself for district. And how important was it to get that touchdown at the end and just see all the energy as well from the players all, you know, congratulating each other on that?
Well, I told them from Jump Street, I'm never going to ask them to win the game, win a game for Temple or win a game for me, because when they don't win, it devalues them as a man, and I will never do that. I talk about it all the time. I don't care about the scoreboard. I want to get better. I want to do things the right way. I want to do things legal. I want to play as hard as we can, and most of that was accomplished tonight. Just didn't score enough points and gave up too many. You know, just made too many mistakes in the kicking game. But I'm never gonna value them or go, you know, dog cuss them because we lost a football game. I mean, they're fighters. They were excited about that last touchdown and the first one. Because at the end of the day, this is a game.
Right.
I know as men, we feed our families doing this, but those kids are having fun, and that's what it should be. So to go take that away from them because we didn't score enough points, I think coaches are grievously erroneous, and I just think that's a bad way to do it.
Right. Final thing for you. I told the guys during the broadcast, I was like, you know, I think that they realized the mistakes they made you don't really have to film too much. You just go out there and correct it because you kind of know what it was.
Well, right. I mean, our coverage units were atrocious tonight, and so we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at personnel. You know, we try to give some guys, some starters on both sides of the ball. We try to get them off there, and we're just going to have to take a good hard look at that. And that's what preseason's for.
Right.
I mean, the first thing I said to them is every step we take starting tomorrow is working towards week 11. I mean, no matter how you cut it, if we'd have beat them 100-0 or if we'd have lost 100-0, I mean, tonight's about finishing up the preseason, trying to get yourself as ready as possible for district, and we'll see where we're at.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you next week in Conference Cove. Appreciate you, Coach. Back to you, Ward.
All right, thank you, Q. That is Coach Stewart, brought to you by Locker Room Haircuts. Once again, this is the Dynasty Chinese Restaurant post-game show. Your final score here at Wildcat Stadium is Arlington Martin 43, the Temple Wildcats 25. We'll bring it back here in just a minute, get some some post-game stats in this one. We'll also send it back to the Fox Sports studios for highlights and show you how this one unfolded and some more scores from around the area as well as Wildcat football continues in just a couple of minutes here on Fox Sports Central Texas.
At Texas Tour Gear, not only the you want me to take it, Ward?
Do you want to go ahead and take it now?
That's how you do that there.
Yeah, go ahead and take it, and then when you come back, we'll do the good hands catch of the game, and we'll get stats, and then we'll wrap it up. Is that okay with you two guys? Is that okay with you, Q?
No, not at all. Not acceptable. I want to do a 45-minute post-game show.
No. That's not my name.
I'm going to go to La Fiesta. I'm going to have a margarita.
La Fiesta?
I'm just talking.
I got to be at the golf course at about 5:30,
Perfect.
5:40.
You need a margarita in your system.
All right. Well, then I'm going to stay here till about 4:30.
I want you to do the scoreboard show from the press box.
We'll do one stat, take a break. We'll do two stats, take a break. We'll take another stat, take a break.
I want you to do every
Didn't fit
highlight
everybody
yourself.
in tonight?
Yeah, I want an individual stat for every player on both sides.
Is that Gray's or is that no? That's a Pilot. Okay, that's 7.
Yeah. Gray's is jacked up.
Is Mindy? Was he limping off the field too?
A little bit.
He looks okay walking.
Okay.
Yeah, he was walking around. He was carrying his helmet.
Yeah, he's fine.
So
he
he's
ran to go get his helmet, and then Pilot went in the game. So
all right, well that's
he's good. It's just Gray's that won't be back next week. I'm pretty sure about that.
That's terrible. He was a stud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Junior.
Oh, well, that's good. He was in massive tears. I'm glad to see Luke Allen is okay.
Man,
that was so dirty.
He took a big hit. But he's walking around here. He's happy as
a tough kid.
Happy as it gets.
His 2 older sisters beating
the
shit out of him.
Yes.
Yeah, and his big brother.
I am. You doing all right? Yes, sir.
And welcome back to Wildcat Football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. This is the Dynasty Chinese Restaurant postgame show. Thanks to Steven Simcox back in the Fox Sports studios with your Marco Pizza highlights. Appreciate his fine work as always. Stay tuned tonight on ESPN Central Texas, our sister station. Steven Simcox bringing you scores from around the area, and there is some interesting ones. Just a little tease for you coming up as well. Q, you had an update from the NBA.
It was 97-96. There's about 6 minutes left in the NBA Finals. The Lakers are up by 1 point.
There you go. All right, time for your postgame stats brought to you by Automatic Chef Canteen. And with those stats, here's Coach Alan Roark.
In the first half, Arlington Martin managed 94 yards, only 94 yards on offense. In the second half, they boosted that output up to 161 total yards, 124 on the ground, and 78 in the air, and that's Arlington Martin. So the Temple defense actually only gave up 255 yards total on the night. And, of course, we know only 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Special teams obviously was the story tonight. The Temple Wildcats had 203 passing yards tonight for 2 TDs and an interception. And, of course, Pilot came in and threw a 68-yard TD in the second half. In the rushing on the ground game, the Wildcats had 24 rushes for 175 yards and a touchdown. So we really got that running game going tonight. The output was 243 total rush yards, 203 pass yards for a total of 446 yards on offense.
All right, thank you. Coach Roark with your postgame stats, brought to you by Automatic Chef Canteen, a new segment here in Wildcat Football. The catch of the game brought to you by Pregame Insurance. When it's time for insurance, you want to do business with the local agency, do yourself a favor. Contact Pregame Insurance, conveniently located on 317, 1 mile north of the Leon River. And the catch of the game, I'll go to Q. You first.
Well, I got to go first.
Okay, because I said so.
All right, fair enough.
Is that good enough?
Yeah, I mean, hey, if the man says go, then you better go. When they say dance, I do the 2-step. No, I just think that I'm going to say that last catch, that last touchdown catch and run, Pilot to
Walker.
Yeah, Walker. Yeah, exactly. I think that was just, not that it was the most important play. I just think it was a good momentum boost on your way out the game. You know what I mean? I think it just kind of got the sideline fired up. And I know Coach Stewart after the game said that the guys, never had any wind come out of them. But, I was on the sideline, and it was real quiet, and it was real not pumped up, and there's a lot of frustration. I think that play at the end right there just really – it went a long way. I think it meant a lot to the team. And so I'm just going to roll with that. And, it also made me hurry up and get up out the way, or else I'd have still been on the sideline laying there, because they were all –
Would that get you some ice?
I promise you, every Wildcat, even someone who didn't have a jersey, was running that way towards the end zone, and I almost got ran over. But I'm glad I'm fleet-footed, so I'm good. You guys don't have to worry about me. I'm straight.
All right. Coach?
I do agree with Q on everything he just said, but the most fun for me was the 2-point conversion that Aaron Wagaman caught.
All right. Art, your catch of the game.
Wagaman tying it up at 8, man. You got. I mean, if I got the kicker and punter running out and catching a route, and not an easy pass to catch too, man. When you're running that angle like that and that ball is coming, your sidelines, a lot of action going on. Nobody was around him. I mean, he was wide open, but boy, that probably was eternity from the quarterback's hand to his hands and making that catch. So that's I'm going with Wagaman.
He was pretty awesome tonight. I don't mean to cut you guys off, but he was pretty awesome, man. From kicking the ball to catching the pass to running the ball. I mean, into the onside kick.
2 onside kicks,
right.
One of them that should have been recovered and one that was recovered. They should have had that first onside kick. There's no doubt about that. And, I think that, you look at him and we talk about him being a weapon. And I agree with you, Q. Walker, that catch gave them a little bit of momentum to go into the locker room and try to regroup themselves and say, because they could have just walked in with their tail between their legs and be done with it. But I'm going to have to give it to Aaron Wagaman because it's probably the only chance we're going to get to give him anything as far as making a catch in a game.
I doubt that.
But he might get he might get another opportunity.
I might. Well, now it's on film. So now there's other teams that have to be aware.
They'll have to be aware of watching him come out of the backfield.
Yep, exactly right.
Hey, don't forget he had 14 yards rushing tonight.
That's right. He did have the fake punt, too.
I said that, too.
There you go. So, yeah, let's go with him with the good hands of the game. Brought to you by Pregame Insurance, going to Aaron Wagaman for the catch in the end zone and just really for everything he did tonight, he was the lone bright spot in special teams. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it makes sense because, I mean, he's been playing for the Wildcats now for a decade, so it's finally that he gets
He's like Case Keenum. He's like Case Keenum.
No, Wagaman, 4-year letterman. That doesn't happen a whole lot. He's actually in the running to be the Wildcats' all-time scorer, so the 2-point conversion even added, to that mix of his total points. Right now, he's the second leading scorer for the Wildcats this season, but he's got a shot at being the all-time leading scorer for the Wildcats in his career. He's had a remarkable and a lot of season left, man. It's just week 3.
You got a lot of gray in your beard too. I just noticed.
Yeah.
We talking about been around for a while.
Almost as long as Wagaman.
Well, hey, you know what? Wagaman and I, we can sit around, have some, coffee,
tell
and
some stories.
tell some stories about the old days. Yeah.
I'm done.
All right. Cute. Hit the elevator.
I'm gone.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gone.
This is the Dynasty Chinese Restaurant post-game show. Let's get some final thoughts in this one. Coach Rourke, we'll start with you.
I do. Although, this is a tough loss with all of the special teams problems that we had tonight. I think, the other two facets of the ball, the offense and defense, played really good football games against a high-quality opponent. I mean, 5 D1 athletes on defense on that team, and we got 446 yards on them. I'd say that's a huge plus.
Art, your final thoughts?
I think the constant after tonight throughout the 3 weeks is the defense. I think Coach Stewart mentioned it. 13 points or so wasn't really all that was, technically scored on the defense itself out there. And that it'd be real easy to miss that. And the reason I mentioned that, and that's my big takeaway for tonight in the game, is that making a long run and competing in games, if you've got a good defense week in and week out, man, you can be in some games.
Got a chance.
Yeah, it's just so and we had so many questions about our defense coming into the season because of so few returning starters. Only 3 on that defensive side of the ball were returning starters this year. So I think, again, it's hard to see it with all the noise and the score and all the other stuff that happened. But if you really peel all that back, the actual defensively, the Wildcats played a real strong game tonight, and I think that's good. And I'm pleased that it was a good non-district schedule. We had some pretty exciting 3 weeks. The Wildcats going into district now, they've got some stuff to work on, and they're okay.
Q, your final thoughts on this one?
Well, I mean, it's just like I told Coach Stewart when we were talking. Is this is what non-district games are for. You learn about yourself. You learn what you're doing really well. You learn what you need to work on. Special teams is an area that they need to improve on, and it showed tonight. They gave up a lot of points special teams wise. He said that. You guys said in the broadcast, it's not a game that you really have to watch a whole lot of film. And I think he acknowledged that as well. You know what you did wrong. You go work on it. You get better. You start district play next week. I mean, everybody's 0-0, and you know who you are, and you know what you got to get better at. So I feel pretty good about the direction they're headed.
Hey, Ward, just also want to mention, just on note, Cody Little, defensive tackle for the Wildcat defense starter, earned his Eagle Scout this week. And,
very nice.
So, that's anybody out there that's been through that process. I never could qualify for it. So, but that's a big deal, and want to give Cody recognition for that.
Yeah, and I think both of you guys, or all 3 of you guys are right. This is a game that I think is going to benefit the Wildcats in the long run. You played a really good Arlington Martin team. You may have not have thought that they were going to be as good when you got here because maybe the Denton Ryan game was a little false advertising for this football team. But I think that this is one that you can look at and you go, okay, now we do need to work on some things, because I think if you play somebody else, or if you run away in a game and you're going to district play just thinking that, we're pretty good, that may come back and bite you, because this is going to be a competitive district. And you kind of need to be laser focused, even if you go through district and take care of business like you want to. When you get to bye district, it's going to be a whole nother ball game. So having a game like this, I think in the long run, is very beneficial for this football team.
And let's remember, I mean, this was a team starting out the beginning of the season. I mean, from Dave Campbell's Texas Football to us in our booth here, we didn't know. We
had no idea.
We thought we could be going into district 0-3 or 3-0. We had no idea what we were going to see from the Wildcats. Just so many questions. So to be at 2-1 and on a very tough non-district schedule. You could probably say when the dust all settles, the Wildcats aren't in a bad spot right now.
No, they're not. They learned from this football game, and if they take that learning and get better from it, then it's very beneficial. These are the type of games when you are a coach and you're looking at a schedule, you want these type of football games. Sure, you'd like to come out on the other side of the column. You want to be on the left side of the column. You want to win every game. Everybody does. But if you're not challenged, if you're not taken to the mat and said, are we getting better every snap of the ball game, then what are we doing? Because it makes it for a long season. I think tonight, even though you lose 43-25, you got better every snap of the ball game. You learned about yourself. You learned what you can do, what you cannot do. And one of the things is special teams. You better be prepared mentally and physically for special teams, because it not only changes the scoreboard, it changes momentum, and it can snowball on you in a hurry, and that's what it did tonight.
Well, Ward, that's something it's similar to what I try to teach my players on my golf team. Everybody hits bad shots.
Mm-hmm.
What matters is the shot that you hit right after that.
And that's what matters next Friday night. How do you react to this one as you start district play against Copper's Cove at Bulldog Stadium coming up next Friday night at 7:30? You'll catch that game right here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Our pregame at 7 and kickoff at 7:30. Game number 1 in 12-6A for the Temple Wildcats. Want to thank some folks in this broadcast. Thanks to Stephen Simcox producing back in the Fox Sports studios. For Alan Rourke, appreciate his fine work on stats. Once again, your final score from Wildcat Stadium: Arlington Martin 43, the Temple Wildcats 25. For your boy Q, Art Coley, I'm Ward Whites. Until next time, so long, everybody. Pilot will take the snap, fake the handoff, looking to go downfield, has a receiver wide open, caught at the 30, to the 20, 15, 10, 5, touch.